do 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 do. Hello and welcome to The Damage. I'm The Damage, so welcome to me. And in just a minute or two, we're going to be welcoming several other people because tonight it is time to roll some dice, at least digitally, time to update character sheets, thankfully digitally, and all hang out for a amazing game of D&D. Digitally, of course. The wonders this modern era brings us. Did anybody think that something as horrible as a global pandemic would allow us to play games better? I sure didn't, but I'm glad it has, and I'm glad to be back. It has been one heck of a week for me. For those of you who normally follow my streams, might have noticed that we haven't had as many recently. They are because of these. On Saturday, I had a bit of an accident with an angle grinder and seriously injured my fingers, so there is no drawing for a little while. Instead, we're doing gaming, and thankfully, this game is not going to be impacted. We are going to be playing just like normal. We're going to be having as much fun as we possibly can, and it's going to be a great time. So, a couple little quick ground rules. Normally, I like to interact with everybody in chat during a stream, but during D&D, I can't really do that during the game. I will be able to during a 10-minute break in the middle of the session, which will be about 8 o'clock Central Time, or around there, depending on how the story's going. We'll find a natural break point for it. And then again at the end of the session, so at around 10 o'clock Central Time, I'll be back to hang out with all of you in chat. I do want to say a wonderful thank you and shout out to Angel Spirit Wind. Thank you very much for the follow and sub. Looks like you are Quachiri's roommate. That is awesome. Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. I will be, again, hanging out with you at the break, but for now, we are going to have to launch right into it. We've got a lot of story tonight. We left off on yet another cliffhanger. Thankfully, Nyril isn't on 1 HP this time. So he's doing a little bit better. Yeah, that's kind of a weird... I can't... That's kind of painful to do the tiny, so I'll be using my middle fingers for most hand gestures, so please do not take offense. I can't put these down anyways, so at most you'd get peace. So in any case, let's go ahead and jump right into the game, and I will introduce everybody else. Hey there, Tipschala, welcome. Let's bring up our wonderful Brady Bunch screen, and I will introduce the rest of the cast. First off, we have Dow Spoons. Want to introduce yourself and your character?
Yes, hello everyone. I am Dow Spoons. Tonight I will be playing Rakaw, the Divine Soul Sorcerer, and everybody's favorite Corvum in our little foursome. He will be both healing and casting tonight, so we will see where the adventure takes us.
Alrighty. And you might want to bring your mic arm up a little bit. You're a little bit quiet.
How's this?
Oh, that's better. Thank you. Alrighty. And after Dow Spoons, we have Nuime. Want to introduce yourself and your character?
Hello, I'm Nuime. I play Keela, who is a raptor, rogue scout, and apparently is going to be the problem maker this time around.
Alrighty. And we also have Nomad. You want to introduce yourself there and your character?
Hello, I am Nomad. I am playing Theron, the punk. Likes to run fast and hit hard.
That he does. And I did forget to say I am playing Captain Nyril Forms, who's a hare and a fighter, and it's been rather interesting. And of course, we have our illustrious Dungeon Master, Rastavar. You want to introduce yourself there?
Absolutely, I am Rastavar, and I am playing everybody else. And I am once again excited to welcome you all to join us for this game of Stonemoss Abbey. It's been a whole lot of fun. I could not ask for a better group of players. It's just been so amazing to see what you guys do in this world. You really are making this come alive. So, without further ado, I think we are ready to get started. And I will begin, like I did last time, with a bit of a recap. So, last time on Stonemoss Abbey, Rakaw, Raven, Sage of Gesme, Keela, Pygmy Falcon, Scout of the Ember Guard, Theron Thistlebrush, Silver Fox, Warrior Monk in Training, and Captain Nyril Forms, Hare, a veteran of the Perch Guard Irregulars. This unlikely quartet has come together on a quest to recover the fabled Sword of Gaspard to help defend Stonemoss Abbey against a conquering warlord named Lorik Thornheart. They began the journey to Maplecrest, the resting place of the sword's wielder, Tristan the Warrior. On the way, they rescued a family of hedgehogs from a bandit scouting party led by a villainous rat named Scrag Gorlash. After licking their wounds, they continued to Maplecrest, where they reported to the captain of the North Guard and Theron's father, Cassius Thistlebrush. With his blessing, they hurried to the Cathedral of the Amaranthine, only to be told that the catacombs below the church had been barred by the order of the cathedral's chief reliquist, who has been missing for several days. Overhearing, a mysterious raccoon named Saoirse Moonshallow offered her help in gaining access to the catacombs. Together, they solved a riddle to open the hidden staircase beneath the altar, then solved another to pass through a room bristling with rusted weapons. In the next chamber, they found a curtained cabinet bearing this verse: "Look within yourself to find what you would rather leave behind. Loners will be overcome. Victors face their fears as one." Choosing to face this challenge together, our heroes lined up in front of the cabinet, Saoirse averting her eyes as Keela thrust the curtains open, only to find a mirror within, reflecting a monster from the Emberguard scouts' past. And that is where we're going to begin, as we all are going to roll initiative.
Ragnar.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that's Ragnar back there.
Initiative.
You may
Yes.
want to switch the map so that we can select tokens.
Let's
Oh,
do
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Because now
Okay.
My bad.
I can roll my initiative again after selecting my character.
I mean, that's
I
fair.
did that last time too.
Where are we? Here we are. We're in the room with
Do you want me
the
to roll it
big
again since now I've
bug.
clicked my character?
Go
That was
ahead. Yeah.
too
Oh,
early.
that is an angry big bug.
Oh,
All right.
yeah, I'm whole 2 better.
Woo! All right, here we go.
I got your old roll.
Go, go, roll. All right, I'll take that.
It's a hand-me-down roll.
Oh my lord.
Y'all are terrified of this thing, apparently.
We're just oblivious.
Meanwhile, that's true. I mean,
I'm just
like,
a patient raven. You know, I don't rush into things. I prefer to take my time, make sure it's right.
it's true.
They're just like, why are we lining up again?
It's all right.
Well, at least
You're
at
not
least
that
this
bad.
creature rolled even worse.
Yay!
Yay. I'll try to fortify myself with my magic orange elixir here.
Mm. It actually looks
All right.
delicious, though.
Mm.
So, as I
I hate
described
brush.
last time, Keela, you remember encountering this creature in the wilds of the forest to the south of Embershire. An absolutely enormous predatory insect with tough chitinous armor plates and rending pincers dripping with acidic saliva. And now you see it as it's chittering menacingly behind you, the drops of drool falling from its gaping mouth and hissing as it hits the stones below. It regards you with gimlet compound eyes. But Keela's the first one to react. So, what are you going to do?
Keela is going to, hearing the sounds behind, and knowing that that is not a trick merely of the mirror, or at least assuming as such, Keela is going to step out of the formation, just a little, whip around, and shoot her crossbow at Big Buggy here.
All right, go ahead and roll your attack.
Go, attack. Come on. Oh no, it's very intimidating.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, Keela is not able to bring her crossbow to bear. She might be just a little bit shaken by seeing this nightmare creature rear up before her. Anything else with your turn?
Ooh, that's right. I have bonus stuff. Oh, yes. We are going to continue to move, come behind the cabinet, and try to hide.
All right. So right now you are. Go ahead and roll a stealth check.
See how not sneaky I am right now. Not very, but you know.
All righty. Well, we'll see if that. You're trying.
I need to get like a John Cena sound effect whenever you hide. Do, 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 do.
Need like the blue sticker here. You tried. It's not gold star. It's just you tried.
All right. And next up, so you see the mirror that you uncovered has begun to crackle with this green arcane energy around its rim, as there is clearly some magical power at work here fueling this apparition. And as Keela jumps behind the mirror, Rakaw, you notice that there is a similar sound coming from over in this direction, as another curtain flies apart,
Oh god.
revealing another mirror that also begins to crackle.
Oh no. What have I
And
done?
you begin to think of think back to your studies of the Scorched Grove, the site of the great calamity that ruined a good portion of Humblewood and, of course, half of Embershire as well. How it was not just a virulent firestorm, but there were arcane elemental energies that unleashed monsters the likes of which had never been seen before. Monsters that you know still lurk those scorched tracts of the Scorched Grove. And just as you that crosses your mind, you see two creatures form out of the green lightning, crooked, angular, goblinoid, impish forms floating low above the ground. One of them crackling with volcanic fire, the other one wisping with smoke. And this one here is going to move on up
To the east side, to a big old apartment in the
Yep.
sky.
Yeah. I
and
mean,
let's see.
sorry.
I guess it's a deluxe apartment in the sky. That's right.
Deluxe.
Yeah, I think it's going to move here, and it's going to use its cinder breath in this direction. It's going to hit Theron, Nyril, and Saoirse.
Sorry.
So I need a dexterity saving throw from, well, okay, that's right, it's dexterity. It's going to be hitting Saoirse, Theron, and Rakaw.
So a dexterity saving throw, you said?
Yes.
I can do that.
Dexterity, one of my better traits. Cough, cough.
With your
Hey!
Nat
Nat 20.
Nice. Yeah.
All right.
I love it. Instead of a natural 20, it's a,
Nat 19.
All right, so this wispy creature floats toward you, and with a big, it exhales this cone of burning cinder and ash. Both of you manage to throw up your arms in time to keep any of it from hitting your face, and it impacts and just settles into your clothes, making them smell like smoke. But neither of you is harmed. Saoirse, you notice, doesn't seem to be affected at all. She's looking around fitfully, trying to avoid making any eye contact with either of the mirrors. You hear her say, "What's going on? What do you see?" That's going to be that creature's turn, and Nyril is up next.
okay. That does now beg the question: can Nyril see the stuff that has spawned?
Have you looked at the mirror?
No.
Okay.
Looking right at the
That'd be
back of the
ridiculous.
taller raccoon's head.
Okay. So Nyril, you do not see or hear anything. Okay. Here's actually what you do see. You see a shadowy form. It's just barely there, just a slightly darker area in space that has a vaguely humanoid shape. If you turn to your left, you'll see a much larger one that looks like a big hulking bug of some sort. But it doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem substantial.
Okay. And did I see the fire at all? Because that would have been in my path of vision.
Yeah, so you just saw a cloud again, something. It's barely there, insubstantial, just a pale gray mist that Theron and Rakaw both seem to react to.
Okay. I mean, what is that? Hey, Kayla, you all right?
No, I'm not alright. And like with a wing is like
he's gonna kind of look around at these shapes, and they don't look terribly solid, but he's gonna go ahead and step up to here. He's looking off this way, so he's looking at it instead of down there, and he's gonna take a swing at it with his sword just to see what happens.
Make an attack roll. With a 21, your sword cleaves right through its center mass, and you almost fall off balance because you meet no resistance whatsoever.
Oh.
There's nothing here. It's just smoke. It's a problem with smoke. He's now going to look back and see the big thing there, and then kind of look back to the gray shape in front of him. He's like,
All right. Anything else to your turn?
Now, I don't know if we're seeing where you were indicating. Which mirror did Rakah look at? Or which one did it draw back?
The one on the left.
Okay.
Let me make sure I'm on the token layer.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Oh,
This
okay,
over
there's one
here.
right there. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know there was one there. It looks like a blank wall to me. There's one above it.
Let
right
me here.
Nice.
That's right. I forgot to do that.
Oh,
Okay, there we go. That's why I was like, what?
Yeah, sorry about that.
all right. That's where they are. Okay.
Actually, now I wonder something. Okay. And that just opened on its own? That
Yes,
mirror?
so some power seemed to shunt in that direction. If you probably hear the crackling energy, sort of like arcing electricity, but of course you're not looking in that direction.
Yeah. Okay. So I move 5 feet to here. We can move. Yeah, let me go. It's kind of wary of things coming out from behind stuff now, because if something opens on its own, he's gonna want to get to a bit more protected position, so he's gonna hop over to here and just kind of wait things out. And that's it.
All right. Next up is going to be Rakah.
So Rakah will, eyes on the mirror kind of in front of him, take a step towards it and like hold up a wing, sort of, feeling it, touching it, trying to get a sense of it. And while he's doing that, he's also lining up an attack on, what was it, the volcanic, the one that just shot stuff at us.
So there's these creatures because you've read about them enough for them to be fearful objects of fear.
Right.
This is a smoke method. The other is a magma method.
Okay, so it was the smoke one that attacked us.
Yes.
Got it. So I'm like one wing, behind me, the other one looking at the mirror, and I'm lining up an attack on the smoke method. Basically an over-the-shoulder kind of deal.
All right.
And a little penguin friend is popping out from my wings and going at him.
All right. Go ahead and roll your attack.
Nice.
Ice that sucker.
18, definitely going to hit.
Ooh, that's a good roll for Ray of Frost.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so your penguin skates on through the smoky creature, and even though it does appear to be made of smoke, it definitely reacts to this ice skating penguin hitting right through its center mass. It reels backwards, sort of somersaults a little in the air, and you've definitely done some damage, and it looks angry. You see cinders beginning to flare in its empty eye sockets.
Seeing that his attack has affected it, Rakah will call out, "It seems the mirror is the key. Looking into it reveals what is there, but it also reveals that which you fear.
Okay, look at the floor. Got it.
All right. Next up, and I should have asked this before, but Theron, have you looked at the mirror?
Well, I would say probably yes. When we first came up here and started yelling for everyone to get in the line, I'm pretty sure Theron would have just said, "Oh, well, what are we? A mirror? What are we doing?" So I'm sure he's been looking around trying to figure out what's going on.
All right. So as your eyes fall on the mirror, there's another burst of magical energy, this time from the other side of the room.
Actually, real quick, Andrew.
Yeah.
Or Rastamar, I'm sorry.
Yep, no problem.
I'll say this: when the little thing came out breathing crap all over him, I would say he probably, instinctively rolled backwards, and not really knowing what they were getting hit with, would probably move behind here.
Alrighty.
And with his back turned, would probably look at this mirror for sure.
Okay.
Just to remove any doubt. If that's okay.
Sure. So as you look in that direction, you actually see on the wall behind you another one of the curtains bursts open, revealing a third mirror, which also begins to crackle with electricity. And you see a humanoid form of that green energy arcing together, appearing right about here.
Right about, oh, there it is. Ooh.
As you see what in some respects looks almost like an image of yourself, but a little taller, a little stronger, and definitely much more intense, with a cold glowing fury in his eyes, a solidarity of purpose, a focus of will. And you see him pull out from the scabbard at his side the sword of Gaspard.
He's not as handsome though, right?
Well, judge for yourself.
Listen, he's better looking.
I would say.
So,
I will say he's no Mecha Kelrug.
did that pop up the token for everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and I've got it on the screen for everybody at home.
Okay, good. All right. So, Theron, anything else with your turn?
I'm gonna say he's probably going to look like he's seen a ghost.
All right.
He's going to kind of. It's going to shake his plan of action for sure, and that'll be my turn.
All right. Next up is going to be the magma method, which is going to flutter on its little wings and move toward Rakaw. And it is also going to fill up its lungs with a bellowing breath. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Rakaw.
Oh, good. Another one of those things that I'm so great at.
Exactly. Okay.
Apparently, I am actually great at them.
Hey.
So apparently you know exactly what to expect, because you've studied these things as it belches out a gout of flame, and you're not able to completely avoid it, but you take only 3 fire damage as this fan of flame bursts around and As it does so, you actually make a perception check.
Well,
Okay.
Dang.
So,
nice.
with incredible clarity in the face of danger, you glance over at the mirror across the way. As it bellows out this flame attack, you see the crackles of electricity surrounding the mirror intensify for just a moment, and then they die down to their holding pattern again.
intriguing. But what could it mean?
So that is that one's turn. Next up,
Imagining Rakaw is just, like flip wizard kind of, absolute like kung fu movements to dodge all this stuff.
Well, in my head, it's less like kung fu movements and more just like slight precision adjustments. He's looking at the mirror, and then an attack comes, and he's like, "Oh, it's coming! Just lean here.
So
There we
full
go."
on Neo.
so next up, this massive
No.
bug creature with a chattering roar rushes over here,
God.
and because, well, Keela, you did hide, it saw where you went, and now you're no longer behind cover.
Oh no.
And it is going to rear back its head, and you see its throat begin to bulge as it's going to spray a line of acid at you. I need a dexterity saving throw.
Oh man. Come on, dice. Be nice to me. Oh. Well.
All right. So
Here.
unfortunately, you are not able to find the space to get out of this, out of the path of this stream of acid that splashes you full across your center mass
Oh god.
for 17 acid damage.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yowza.
Oh no.
Dang. The rule of giant monster versus Rastavar's rolls is broken now.
I know, right?
To be fair, that wasn't an attack roll.
What?
What?
Keela had to roll the dex save. Anyway,
That's true.
going to bring us around to the top of the order again. As,
Theron's buddy.
yeah, Nega Theron is going to
Shadow Theron.
sidle up.
Oh.
Right into Theron's business. And he is going to hold up the sword of Gaspard and come in with an attack. And actually, that's not that great. That's an 11 to hit.
It's gonna miss.
All right, so Theron, you're able to find the presence of mind, bring up your own sword, and catch that swing. All right, so that is going to bring us around to Keela again.
Oh. Well, since I'm not really hiding from this ugly thing, I'm going to take shot at it. But I think I get advantage because Theron's so close.
You get the sneak attack. You don't
Sneak
get
attack,
advantage.
no
Yeah.
advantage. That's correct. All right. Well, let's give it a go, shall we? And well, that's not
11,
gonna
unfortunately, will not hit.
That's not gonna work either. All right. Bonus action. Move back here and try and hide again. I don't want to die. So there's a stealth roll. Well, the dice hate me tonight.
My lord.
Oh, wow.
I'm paying for it. Yeah.
Ooh.
Well,
Oh man.
this is not a good night.
And
And so it is Cersei's turn. She is still trying to be very careful where she looks in the room. She's keeping her eyes low, but she definitely heard Keela's cry of pain. And knowing that there is a mirror on this cabinet, she's going to, keeping her eyes down, shielding them with her paw, she's going to rush toward you,
No.
come around the side, and she's going to clap a paw onto your shoulder and cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level.
Holy moly.
Aw. Dang, 3rd level. Nice.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Thank you, raccoon friend. Miss my pack.
So that is going to be...
Whiskey Hunter says that the big monster needs a tic-tac.
He
If
does.
that bad.
Oh, wow. Okay, then.
14 healing for you.
Nice.
Oh, thank you so much. That feels better.
Can you please tell me what's going on?
When we looked in the mirrors, monsters are appearing, and well, afraid mine might be a little bit big, and well, I think Rakaz brought some too. Oh.
Monsters? What monsters?
Well, mine is. Oh, I'm not really sure. It's a big bug.
One you've seen before?
I barely got away with my life.
All right. And that's all we're gonna. That's all the interaction we're gonna get in that round.
Why am I
This
Irish
creature is
all of a
going
sudden?
to is up. It's going to come toward Rakaw. Let's see if it gets its breath back. It does not. And is going to try to take an attack. It's a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Oh,
And that is going to be, I'm pretty sure my, okay, yeah, good. That's going to be 6 slashing damage.
Hmm.
Every now and then the encounter interface glitches and it starts putting the wrong dice values in places. And I'm thinking, no, its attack is not that powerful. All right. And that brings us to Nyril.
Okay.
So I will say, if you're still paying attention to the shadowy forms, you have seen another that looks much more humanoid that has gone dashing after Theron.
Okay. Well, when I think it was Rakaw said something about the mirror, and I was like, okay, look at the floor, got it. So that's what he's looking at. He's not looking at what's going on.
Okay. Anything with your turn?
Yes, Nyril has a bit of an idea based on an old story that he remembers of, and this is also going to reveal a little bit of interestingness about him. He doesn't really trust mirrors in general because they are told to be kind of gateways to a spirit realm, and you never quite know what's going on the other side. They kind of act as doors. At least that's as far as he's pretty sure it's not true, but he also thinks it kinda might be. So he's going to, still looking down, come around the pillar to the other side and close his eyes and walk forward with his paw out to find the drape, and he wants to see if he can feel glass behind the drape that he knew was here.
Okay. You move your paw underneath the curtain, or actually on the outside of the curtain, either way. You feel the rough stone texture of the brick that has made up the walls around you.
Okay. Let's see where that was. Let me figure out my movement. 15 feet. I could basically now walk with, his paw along the wall up to there. And he's just going to kind of feel along until he can find glass. Because he remembers there were drapes all around. And yeah, it's kind of a blind guessing game at this point.
Yeah,
Literally blind because his eyes are closed.
Uh-huh. All right, so you feel your paw trailing along the rough texture of the stone blocks over the gaps of mortar, and then you feel what feels like a cool metallic frame. And actually, because this mirror is active, the fur rises on your arm like as if you're being suffused with static electricity. It's nothing harmful, but you definitely feel the potential crackling through this thing. And then the smooth glass. You definitely know you're next to a mirror.
Okay. He doesn't know that he doesn't actually know this one's active, but he knows he's found a mirror, and it feels freaky weird, as he imagines mirrors do feel if they're big. He's only seen small ones. So those are more safe because you can't go through them. But he is going to take his cutlass and wind up, and he wants to try to smash this mirror with the kind of the butt of the or the pommel on his cutlass.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack roll, please.
Alrighty.
With that, as the pommel strikes into the glass, you actually do feel a little give and a crack. And you hear a bit of spider webbing in the glass behind you. Not enough to shatter the mirror, but you've done a little bit of damage.
Because there's not a wonderful tinkling of shattered glass on the floor, which he hasn't thought ahead of yet for step hazard. He's going to see here, action surge, and try to hit it again.
Nice.
Okay, go for it. Oh, wow.
The dice are consistent today.
They like you.
Okay.
Good.
So you, with that, you lay into this thing with a much more powerful hit now that you've got an idea of what angle to go at. And you hear something give and a crash, a roaring crash, as probably about 75 or 85 pounds of glass come tumbling down behind you and spreading onto the floor at your feet. As that happens, Theron's nightmare winks out.
Ooh.
And you didn't even get to come to terms with it.
I needed to face that and get the sword from it.
Well, you get nothing. You egotistical fox. You don't learn your lesson.
Yeah, the egotistical fox was going against a stone cold fox.
Dang.
And I will say,
I think Nyral's just gonna shout out, let's see, where's the next one?
all right. Rakaw, you're up next.
Well, a whole bunch of glass shattering is definitely going to catch his attention, and I think over the shoulder of it was the smoke method that's between me and Nyral, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so over the shoulder, I think he's going to catch what Nyral has done. I don't think he would have seen the disappearance of Theron's doppelganger, because that would have been behind a pillar. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to go after a mirror or anything. I think he will just, now that he knows the smoke method has been hurt by his previous attack, he is going to cast Toll the Dead on it and send out a nice little cloud of blinking crows.
Okay, and pardon the clickety-clack there. Okay, so it needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Correct. Against 14.
Now that is a 14.
Ah, curses.
Anything else with your turn?
No actions or anything, but I think the heat of these two foes and the feeling of being pressed against kind of a wall is going to have Rakaw looking a little less impassive and a little more worried. And that will be his turn.
All right. That'll bring us to Theron.
Quick question. Should I have made that attack with disadvantage?
Well, it's not an attack roll. It's a
fair
force
enough.
saving throw.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, sorry.
So Theron was kind of when his opposite came up. He was almost kind of head down, ears back, and actually showing some teeth as it came in, and he's sitting there, and as he's getting ready to strike, it just kind of okay, and just real confused, kind of doesn't really understand what just happened, but we've got more pressing things, and he's going to lunge forward and make his attack with his longsword on the big giant monster beast here.
Okay, go ahead and roll that attack.
No good.
That is not going to hit. Big monster beast is tough to pin down.
And he's going to he's going to just follow through with the miss and try to kick it like one of its little insect legs out from under it with a bonus action unarmed attack.
Okay.
A little better.
Hey, that's going to hit.
Hey.
Nice.
Nice.
Stomp on that old knee there. His old knee out of here.
Yeah, so the joint definitely folds a bit farther than it was designed to, and this creature shrieks in anger.
And he's going to hold his position and just ready to go again. So that's going to be my turn.
Okay. First up, roll for breath. Oh, never fell off my table. And yeah, its breath came back. So
some bad breath.
Yep.
Everybody in this needs Tic Tac, apparently.
But it actually is not going to use that. It is going to close in and try to swipe at Eureka.
What a nasty.
And it is a 7 to hit.
Oh, that misses.
Yay!
But you do feel the heat of this shimmering fire elemental at your back. As next up is going to be the Ankeg.
After surviving that swing, this is like one of those anime scenes where there's this giant sweat drop on Rakaw's forehead.
All right. The Ankeg does not get its breath back, but it is going to try to rear up with its massive pincer jaws and come down on top of Theron with them.
Oh boy.
And yeah, my maxim holds true. That's a 6 to hit.
Hey! That's time.
Using the pillar here is kind of a peekabooing with him.
And so that's going to be that creature's turn. As we come around to the top of the order, you hear crackling from another direction.
Oh no.
As another curtain is revealed, and another mirror appears, and green energy begins to crackle across it, but this mirror is already cracked.
Hmm.
There's a sort of a spider web through it. And Theron, you actually see what looks like that humanoid form of green energy coalescing and then losing its hold and shuddering back and forth and then disappearing into smoke.
Oh.
Does Racaw see that as well?
Make a perception check.
Currently, Nyril sees nothing because his eyes are closed, but Mitch certainly hears an ice cream truck being really loud outside.
So recall, yes, you do see that.
Okay.
My apologies if the jingling is picking up.
Happened more or less in the middle of the room where I'm clicking right now.
We do not see that.
Oh, I'm on the
There we
GM
go.
layer. Here we go.
There we are. Oh, okay.
I think at this point, Racaw is going to make a connection and shout, "Break the mirrors."
I just did.
More!
Play it.
All right. Up next is going to be Keela.
All right. Well, with that little instruction, Keela's going to move over here. Unfortunately, kind of. Actually, I'm gonna move here, because that way I've still got at least a little bit between me and that thing, and shoot at that mirror with the crossbow.
Okay. Just to clarify, this is a wall next to you. So if you,
Okay. There's. Okay. So I got.
yeah. So you do not have
Okay,
line of
so-
sight.
All right. So let me see here. So I was here. 5. Okay. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That'll give it to me though.
All right. Roll an attack.
Bad place to be, but that's where we're gonna go. Come on, hit the mirror. Thank you.
Yay!
Oh,
Dang,
wow.
nat
All right.
20s are back. Yeah.
There's that touch of wind.
Keela and her bag of nat 20s.
So as
And-
Theron is in this sort of defensive pose with his sword raised, the crossbow bolt goes through his arms, past the back of his neck, and right into the mirror.
And that probably included sneak, I think.
Jeez.
Does
No,
not
it
include
didn't.
sneak.
Good.
The mirror is not engaged with one of your allies.
Okay. Well,
So, and
yeah, I just was like, wait a minute here. No, so it'll be, yeah,
10 piercing?
10
Yes.
piercing. I don't know
so
why I gave
you do
22.
see where that bolt landed. There is a spider web of cracked glass that appears around it.
Okay. Man, shame I didn't get sneak on that one. But, yeah, I can't move anymore because I already moved. Yeah, I can't do anything. So that's it. That's my turn.
Okay. So let's see what Saoirse's got.
Yeah. Oh, I could have dashed. Oh well.
Oh yeah, bonus action dash.
Yep, but I would have had to take an opportunity attack from that jerk, so I'm not doing that.
Okay. So Saoirse is going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Nice.
Love me a good spiritual weapon. What does it look like?
Yes, I was about to ask, what's the spiritual weapon take form as?
It's got some pretty good ones to beat.
Yeah, it's going to look like a floating spear that has a rat skull impaled on it, much like the staff she's already holding.
All
And it's
right.
going to attack the. It's going to attack the mirror
Cool.
with a natural 20.
Woo.
Nice.
Nice.
So
There we go.
A very spiritual weapon.
it is.
Mhm.
And that's going to deal
8,000 damage.
Well,
looks like it deals 14 damage.
nice.
Dang.
You see another even larger spiderweb form, but this mirror is a little hardier. It is not enough to completely destroy it.
All right.
And that's going to be her turn.
Okay.
Which brings us to the smoke method. Once again, rolling for breath. Nope. It is going to try to take another swipe at Rakaw. And that is, wow, a 7 to hit.
That's a
But it
miss.
is flanking, so it will do so with advantage.
Oh.
And that's a 23 to hit.
Yeah.
Of course.
There we go.
3 slashing damage.
Okay.
That's not
As
too
its
horrible.
smoky claws
Hmm.
just managed to get through your thick robes. And that'll bring us to Nyril.
Alrighty. I think Nyril's going to open his eyes enough to look down at the ground around him to see where the glass is, and I'm imagining it's kind of like all around. Is that fairly accurate?
Yes, it's filling the space around you.
Okay.
And as you do, you see green electricity sparking across the shards on the floor.
Oh, goodness.
Crap. Well,
And you see 3 shadowy forms attempting to coalesce right around here, but they're not able to take shape.
Oh.
okay. Well, I think he's still trying to mostly look down, so he probably wouldn't actually notice that out here. So it's kind of looking for the edge of the glass so he doesn't step on it, because, you know, again, kind of occurred a bit late to him that glass is sharp. Probably realized it as some of it fell on his foot paws.
Oh, yes.
I've been there and done that. It's not fun. So he is going to use his hop up to there to clear it. And then, again, eyes closed, he's going to wander along this wall. And, you know, he's up to there just kind of feeling with his paw again to see if he's going to find another mirror.
All right. You feel only blank stone underneath.
Okay, so let's see here. How far have I gone? I got there, 25 feet. And yeah, he's just gonna move forward one more. And that's all he can do.
Okay.
Actually, hang on. He could, well, I could metagame this and say he's using dash, but I don't think he'd be dashing while feeling along the wall, so I'm not going to do that. So that's it. Yeah.
I'm going to run you right into that pillar if you try that.
Yep. Yeah,
or at least make you safe.
He's going to slam into that, so dashing is not, no. Okay,
I've got
it.
this. Whack.
All right. So next up is going to be Rakaw.
Feeling very pinned in, but nonetheless like he has the answer. Rakaw is going to turn and face the mirror, and he is going to well, this mirror hasn't taken any damage. He's going to ray of frost the mirror.
Penguin.
He's going to make himself look real cool.
The mirror reflects the ray.
No.
So the penguin goes into the mirror and just keeps going into the mirror. You can see it. You can see it going, and it doesn't seem to affect the mirror at all.
Okay.
It's immune to penguins.
Rakaw is going to blink surprise because he didn't expect that. He's just like, oh, well, no magic on the mirrors, just physical things.
I don't know. I'd say they're magic.
Nope, break them with physical things, not.
Oh, I did.
All right. Theron is up next.
He's been actually fairly laser focused on this thing, but the crack and sound behind him from the critical hit, I think, would have alerted his senses a bit, and everything kind of, everything's been kind of a blur to him, but it kind of all adds up real quick as he's heard someone shout for the mirrors, and then sees something going on with this one. So as he's kind of going in for an attack, he almost closes his eyes for just a fraction of a second and kind of draws down like real deep. And I'm going to spend a key point to do Step of the Wind.
Okay.
And
Nice.
just as he's almost looks like he's going in for an attack, he just focuses all his energy and disengages from it and springs backwards.
So
And
you hear the clack of this thing's mandibles swiping shut right where you had been, but because of your stealthy monk or your very nimble monk maneuver, you're able to easily evade its attack.
Yeah, there's no way he can turn, run, and jump, so he's gonna land in the water. Is the water difficult terrain?
It is not.
Okay, then he's going to, once he's out of this thing's range, he's gonna turn and run, and he's actually, and we're not gonna slash the mirror. He's got the sword in his hand again, flips it upside down, and just comes straight in with a punch.
Okay. I'll let you use your sword damage if you want.
Could be like half swording it, holding the blade, and
That's always
hitting
true.
with
Oh, God.
Oh no!
Oh,
You get for
not
unarmed striking it.
one.
you fall into the mirror. No, you just
Oh.
it hits and you feel a jarring pain go up through your arms.
I hit the frame. Oh. And just angry, he's gonna turn and he's gonna just like with all his like momentum, he's gonna elbow it with his bonus. Or no, I can't do a bonus action because I disengaged. That's all I can do.
Oh.
Yep. All right. Next up is the magma method, which got its breath back last turn,
Oh no.
and it is going to back up, come over here.
Wait, as it backs up, do we get opportunity attacks on it?
Is either of you wielding a melee weapon?
Technically, I have a staff.
I have daggers, but not.
You don't have your
Out.
daggers out. So yeah, I'll let Rakal go ahead and take an opportunity attack with your staff. If you want.
Okay.
17 hits.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm imagining Rakaw just doing like a full on like baseball bat swing with his staff.
I
So
mean,
was that
hey.
one-handed or two-handed? I mean, you probably got your spell focus, or the staff is a spell focus.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would imagine that Rakaw is only holding it with one hand, like a rap
Yeah.
on the knuckles type of
Mhm.
approach.
All right, so yeah, you do 3 bludgeoning damage as it backs up, but it's going to flutter back and rise up a little bit. You see its chest swell as it takes in a deep breath, and it's going to blow some flame at both Keela and Rakaw. So dexterity saving throws from both of you, please. You both pass.
Yes.
So it's only going to be 3 fire damage to each of you as you manage to just skirt the edge of these flames.
And now for the big problem child.
Yep. And in comes the Ankeg,
No.
which skitters toward Keela, and it is going to rear up with its jaws and come down for a 10 to hit. My gosh.
Oh, thank God. That does
Herb
not
is
hit.
too small.
Herb is
Yep.
like,
And Keela starts thinking, why was I afraid of this thing again? All right. Coming back to the top of the order.
oh.
There is another fritz of magical energy coming over from this direction.
Oh.
The curtain disappears, and another mirror appears, crackling with green potential. And those 3 shadowy figures pop into view.
Oh.
If anyone is looking in this direction, they are going to see 3 bird folk, 2 of them in what looks like fairly standard guards armor, carrying spears. The third in heavier, more brutal, but also somewhat ceremonial armor, with a dark hood over its corvid head and beak, and it's carrying a massive axe. This is
Oh, man. Oh.
Mm.
an executioner.
Yeah, it is an executioner, isn't it?
I would like Rakaw to roll a perception check, please.
Mhm. Oh my God.
Okay. You're kind of busy right now, we'll say.
Yeah, I'm. This is definitely a moment where Rakaw would be not backed into a corner, but pressed.
All right. So, Nyril, are you, your eyes are still closed, correct?
Yep.
All right.
This ain't gonna be good.
Oh no.
You hear some footsteps rushing toward you, and then this guard is going to take a stab at you with advantage because you are blinded right now.
Great.
That is a 19 to hit.
Oh yeah, that's gonna hit.
For 4 piercing damage.
Ow.
Oh.
Pretty sure at that point Nyril's eyes are gonna open because he wants to know what just stabbed him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, you know.
Keela is going to be up.
Okay. Okay. I am going to bonus action disengage. Get over here. Actually, you know what? We're gonna get over here. And I'm going to shoot at the mirror that Keela originally looked through.
All right.
Next to where Rakaw is. Yes.
Go ahead and
Go,
roll your attack.
Go, go, go. Thank you, God.
Yeah, that's going to hit.
This time. I should get everything.
The dirty 23.
I'll take 17. Thank you.
It's still, I mean, it's a mirror. There's really not a way you can sneak attack it because it's not like you can get the better of it or find a soft spot in its anatomy. So it's still going to be 5 damage.
I would argue that if you're invisible, it won't see you coming.
Oh.
That is true.
All right. 5 damage it is.
All right.
That's my turn. Onward for our good friend here.
Yep. So Saoirse is going to try taking another attack with the spiritual weapon. And that spear rears back and hits it again, but the point sort of slides to the side and is not able to make the same sort of penetrating attack it did before. And that will bring us to
Oh.
This guy does not get his breath back, but he is going to try to take another swipe at Rakaw.
Come on, Rakoff.
15 to hit
Yeah, that hits.
for 6 slashing damage.
Ooh. Rakaa is looking real rough at this point. After taking the hit, I imagine he kind of half collapses against the glass of the mirror, one hand keeping him upright and a hand firmly on his staff, basically just trying to hold himself from falling.
So, Nyril, it's your turn.
Okay. Nyril has opened his eyes to see this guard in front of him with the spear who stabbed him. And in that same line of sight, he's going to see the other guard and the executioner. And Nyril's ears are going back, and this hair is pissed. Let's see here. At that point, would he then be able to see the other things that have spawned from the mirror? Okay.
You can see everything very clearly now.
He doesn't recognize the Ankh and doesn't know what the other two beasties are, but clearly these are things from the mirror world, as far as he is concerned. And he thinks he might know how to get rid of them. But, ooh, that executioner. Ooh, boy. He is so torn between leaping out of here and taking a attack of opportunity to try to hit this mirror. But, oh, these guards got to go down. He's going to attack the guard in front of him.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
Oh, now, of course, my good rolls fail me.
As you come in, the guard reaches across with the shield and tanks the hit.
Niall just snarls, and he's absolutely locked on these three.
Is that your turn?
That's it. That's all I can do.
Okay, this other guard is going to come hurrying over.
Crap.
And is going to come at you with his spear. Of course, he does not get advantage because now your eyes are open.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a 6 to hit.
That does not hit. That one, he gets the shield in the way or deflects with his sword, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Brings us around to Rakaw.
You know what? I think I need to make a dice roll to determine how panicked Rakaw is.
Okay.
I think I'm. Go ahead.
You can make a wisdom saving throw if you want.
Yeah,
or do you want to? Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
So I'll roll that away. 14.
And I'll let you tell me what that means.
If it had been below 10, I think he definitely would have been. He would have lost his presence of mind. No, I think 14 is enough. I think he's still intellectually, he knows these aren't real. They're hurting him, but they're a machine that can be broken. But he's still hurt. So he's, instead of like flailing about wildly, he's going to try and keep himself in the fight. He will cast Cure Wounds on himself at first level.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Verb heals.
All right. Every bit helps.
Yep.
Anything else with your turn?
My oops. I just took that as damage. I did not mean to do that.
Oh.
Yeah, don't do that.
You put the batteries in backwards.
Yep. There we go. So my health just doubled. Yay! Yeah, at this point, he can't move. No, he's in a weird way, he's basically standing guard over this mirror. He's just gonna stay where he is and do his best to keep himself from falling.
Okay. And that brings us around to Theron.
All right, we really don't like this mirror, so again, unarmed strike, he's just going to try to elbow it again.
Okay.
Fist is still stinging a little bit. Lord.
Oh.
Not a good night.
Bonus action, he's just going to do it again. It's a little better.
There we
There we
go.
go. 25. Nice.
For 6
All
points.
right. You ram your fist in there, and you hear, you again see the cracks spiral out from the point that you hit, and then they spread a little bit more and a little bit more, like ice beginning to give way. And then they connect up with the two spider webs from Keela's shot and from Sirashi's magical weapon, and the whole thing gives way and falls and sloughs down at the floor. And with that, the two methods disappear.
Thank goodness.
At
All
this
right.
point, Nyril figures out he did a good thing by breaking the mirror. Because made the connection.
With that, he's reassessing back where he is. He knows there's a mirror down here. And he also sees their Raven buddy is not looking good. So he's going to jump out of the rubble here. I don't know if I'll need to
Okay.
roll anything for that. He's just trying to clear all the broken glass so he's not picking it up in his feet.
Yeah, it's a standing jump, so I think it's as you can jump distance equal to your strength score, which is 10. That'll get you out.
And then he's going to splash back across because he's already wet now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to make his way down to, I think I can get there. Let me measure that one more time. Yep, 40 feet.
Yep. you're
And
good.
he will end his turn right there. Just kind of come around. But as he's running, he flipped his sword back around the correct way. And he's got it up in front of him in kind of a defensive stance.
All right. That's going to bring us to the Ankeg, which is going to, looking around at its surroundings, it's going to try to go back to what it knows, which is trying to chomp on a little burb. So it's going to move up here, which
Think you're
can
good.
draw an attack of opportunity.
We'll draw attack of opportunity. Don't come down here and you run away from me.
There you go.
Hey.
19 hits.
Nice.
For a whopping 5 damage.
Cool. Well, you
All
scraped
right.
him.
It's 5 damage he didn't have before.
There you
That's
go.
very true. And, I need to figure it out. Nope. Okay. So it's going to try to bite at Keela.
Suspense. It's like, oh.
He used the
That's
power
a
of small.
16 to hit.
Oh, it hits.
Mhm.
No, little burp, no.
Not
The
saved by
jaws
small.
come down and they close around you. You feel it pinching in both directions for 4 slashing damage, and then its acidic bile comes bubbling out for an additional 8 acid damage.
Oh, Kayla looks
No.
really, really bad.
Ugh.
Oh, little
And
burb's not
it-
happy.
Lifts you off the ground and you are grappled.
Oh,
Uh-oh. That ain't good.
no. No.
And come around to the executioner, who's going to close in on Nyril.
Jeez.
And comes in with its great axe of 14 to hit.
Does not hit. That is going to be just knocked off by the shield.
You lift up your shield, you catch the great axe, but you feel the impact jar through all your bones. And so you don't take any damage, but you know that was a mighty blow you just absorbed.
Mm.
All right, it's going to be this guard, which is going to move over here to flank.
Oh, crap.
So with advantage, it's a crit.
Oh, boy.
So that's going to be a total of 9 damage from the spear.
Ooh, boy. Owie, owie, owie. Yeah, Nyril definitely feels that, but he's deadlock focused on the executioner.
Okay. So, Keela, you are up. You are snared in the jaws of this beast. You can use an action to try to escape.
Okay.
It would be either an acrobatics or athletics check.
Let's go with acrobatics and try and get out of this.
Mm.
Okay. I don't hate that roll.
Woo, nice.
Wouldn't either.
All right.
23.
Nice.
You manage to get yourself free, and the jaws clack shut as you drop to the ground at its feet.
Oof. Let me see here. So on my bonus action then, I am going to disengage once more, and let's see here. Get over. Nope, come here, little burb. There. Get away.
Bonus action, run away!
Yes, bonus action. No.
All right. So Saoirse is going to move her spiritual weapon over in this direction. And she's still looking around at the... trying to be very careful where she looks, but trying to see what's going on with the various melees going on around here. And her eyes skate across
Oh no.
some of the broken shards, which begin to crackle with electricity. And she goes absolutely pale.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay, Nyril is up.
Okay. Nyril is bleeding. He's surrounded by, well, quite frankly, they're Perch Guard soldiers. And their executioner. And he is... It's not a look of fear. It is one of pure, concentrated hate aimed at the executioner, going, I can reach you this time. And he is going to go after him with his longsword.
Alrighty.
We'll have 14, please hit.
14, please hits.
Yay.
Yay! That's 11 slashing damage on him.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you definitely manage to cut in there pretty deeply. You see blood seeping out through the hide armor.
Oof.
Not so nice when it happens to you, is it?
All right. Anything else with your turn?
Nope. Just probably a whole lot of swearing and really bad words.
The other guard is going to take a stab. 19 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
5 damage.
Ow. Yeah, Nyril ain't looking so hot.
All right. Racaw, roll another perception check.
Ugh. A little iffy.
Hmm.
All right. I think, yeah, you're still. Well, here's the thing: the monsters that were in your face are no longer there. I think the cry from Nyril as he takes another hit is enough for you to take note of the enemies surrounding him, and you certainly would recognize those uniforms.
Hmm.
And it's your turn.
Rakaw has picked up that detail, but now is not the time. He will turn and look briefly at Theron and say, Sir Theron, the mirrors. And he will attack the one that he is next to with his quarterstaff.
Okay, roll an attack.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nat
that's
20.
going to do it.
Boom.
Nice.
So 7 damage on that one.
You shall not reflect.
So you've made a dent. It is still standing and still crackling with energy.
Yeah. But I think his concern for Nyril is going to outweigh his desire to finish this particular mirror. And he is going to start heading over in Nyril's direction, his movement speed.
Okay.
I forget, the water's not difficult terrain, is it?
It's not.
Okay, so I think I can get, if I go my full movement, I can get next to that other pillar.
Okay.
Just a little bit splashy.
He will wade through and shout it. Before he moves, he will shout it there and finish this one and move on. He
All
wants
right.
to, his intent, I think, is to make sure that if Theron goes down, he is within range to do something about it.
Or Nyril goes down. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll bring us to Theron.
Theron almost lets out a growl at this because he had something he'd much rather be doing than shattering this mirror right now. But it is what it is. So he's going to have to do things in a different order. So he's going to take a swing at the mirror, using the hilt of the sword kind of just as to smash it with. Oh my lord! It's a mirror.
no.
Why can't I hit a mirror?
Oh.
Unfortunately, no. He's still not able to get
You can't
in on
bring
it.
yourself to destroy your own reflection.
Yeah. It's
So
like,
he's going to square up on the mirror better, and take 2 more strikes just as fast as he can. So a flurry of blows.
Alrighty.
So that's 19
That'll
Yeah.
hit.
and 22.
There
That'll
we
hit.
go.
So we got 7 damage, and we got 7 damage.
Oh,
That
nice.
mirror's done
nice.
something dirty about your mama.
Mirror's like, stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
And you see the cracks spreading across the face of this mirror. It is looking like it's barely holding together.
God.
And next up,
Yeah, that's gonna be my,
Oh, boy.
my turn.
the Onkeg steps forward. It's going to try to take another. Well, first of all, gets his breath weapon back.
Oh, no.
But I think it's still going to try to take a bite. As a 20 to hit.
That hits.
The jaws close around your midsection and wrench you up off the ground. You're writhing in its serrated embrace as you take 5 slashing damage and 8 acid damage.
Ooh.
Owie.
Oh, it's nasty too. It hurts and it's nasty.
Ugh.
Tell me about it.
I bet it doesn't smell
Oh.
good either.
And next up is the Executioner.
Oh god.
He's going to step up in front of in front of Nyril. Now I'm doing it, and is going to take another swing with its great axe. Another 14 to hit.
Again, blocked by the shield. Nyril is locked on him and ready for any movement he's got.
Nice.
All right. Next up, at the top of the order,
Mm.
It is
So-
Bluebird dude.
Here.
the mirrors have been crackling with this green energy. With each of the powerful attacks, when the Ankeg comes in with its acid spray, when the Mephits used their fire breath or their ash breath, the crackling intensified near the edges. Now, this mirror that was recently uncovered begins to go almost pure green with energy.
Is that
Oh,
this
And
one?
then this one,
Oh dear is right.
as it's
Dear.
trying to. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, this one
Okay.
crackles with almost solid
God.
green shimmering energy. And then this one. And then the shards on the ground. And then the nearly decimated mirror in front of Theron.
Oh,
The
God.
forms of the creatures around you begin to shudder and shake and lose their cohesion. The
No, you don't.
guards wink out.
Oh, much
Oh.
swearing. Many bad bird-based slurs.
And the Ankeg that has Theron in its jaws, you feel the footing seem to give way as it is struggling to keep itself upright. And then it disappears and you fall to the ground. All the light seems to be drawn out of this chamber for just a moment. And then the energy coalesces in the middle in the form of a nearly 7-foot tall stag
Oh, God.
Oh dear.
wearing armor with a wooden arm, a massively scarred left side of his face, what looks like an old burn that has eaten away all the fur and left the skin a mottled mess. His left eye, pale and slightly luminous green. Over his shoulders, a cowl of wild leaves, trailing to a long forest green cloak. The armor shot through with moss and algae as if it has been left at the bottom of a forest lake. His spreading antlers crowned with hanging vines and creepers. And when Saoirse sees him, she throws herself back against the column next to her and begins to whimper. And Lorik Thornheart looks at her, tilts his head, and says, "Saoirse, child, did I not show you mercy? Did I not give you gifts? Did I not spare your life? How then have you come to betray me?" And Saoirse, pressing against the column, shakes her head. No, please. No, you're not real. You're not real. Then why do you tremble? Is your guilt that strong? Perhaps you need a reminder of your loyalty. And Keela, you're up.
Oh goodness. Keela is very, very wobbly on her little bird feet, and doesn't really want to be intimidated by this guy. So is going to shoot at the mirror again anyway. The one that they have been shooting at, the one that Theron is in front of. I think I can get it from there. Yeah, I should be able to.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Roll your attack.
Okay. Apparently, the appearance of
Oh,
giant elk is rather intimidating. For a little, very wounded
nat
bird.
1. Oof.
Not enough. So, Cersei, is going to rear back and wave her staff in the direction of Lorik and attempt to cast Guiding Bolt at him. And so this hissing bolt of green energy flies through the air and goes right over his shoulder and dissipates harmlessly into the distance. Her spiritual weapon moves toward him, but is only able to get there. Or there. And that brings us to Nyril.
Nyril's, he's looking around everywhere to see where the Perch guards and Executioner have gone, and sees nothing, and then sees this stag that he supposes resembles what emerged from the wood and the roots in Tapwood Hall, but he's still just fueled by rage, and just shouts, "Bring him back!" And he's going to charge around and now try to hammer into this mirror with the pommel of his cutlass.
So that mirror is the one that was already mostly shattered, but it's mostly shattered. So go ahead and make your attack.
Alrighty. 24.
That hits,
Nice.
and that is enough to bring the whole thing down at your feet.
Oh, boom.
Oh,
And
all right,
he's
we both have the
also
same
going
idea.
to take the opportunity to use Second Wind. So
Not a bad idea.
Let's do that. That is-
Oh, nice.
Yay. Woo. Okay.
All right.
And I think, that was all of my movement. So, yep.
So next up is Lorik,
Oh.
who is going to walk up toward Cersei as she cowers away from him. And then with an almost casual flick of his wooden arm, Theron, Keela, and Nyril, you hear a rumbling underneath your feet
Oh,
as thorny vines begin to sprout up beneath
Oh,
you.
jeez.
God. Oh, no.
I need you all to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
17. Yay, I finally got a good one.
13.
I am notorious for the worst deck saves.
And you don't even have the -1 that I do.
Yeah.
All right. Bear with me a moment. Okay. So Nyril and Theron, you save. Keela, I'm afraid you don't.
Oh no.
Oh.
As these fields of twisting thorny brambles sprout up through the rock beneath you, tearing up the flagstones. And Keela,
Uh-huh.
you take 19 piercing damage.
Oh no!
Holy moly.
Yeah.
The other two,
Keela lets out a horrible sounding little like bird shriek and collapses.
all right.
Mm.
The other two, you take 9.
Oh.
Oh,
Poor bird. Poor bird.
Very glad I had second wind.
All right. So it's going to be Rakah.
When the magic coalesced into the form of Lorik, I know that you said that the mirrors that we could see all flashed super green-white.
Mhm.
Was there any indication that behind any of the still closed curtains there were more mirrors?
No.
Okay. So what we see is what we got as far as we know anyway.
Mhm. And I just
Um,
realized I should put this mirror back here.
Oopsie.
It got hidden behind the
Mhm.
thorns. One other thing. Yeah, you when that attack went off, you let's see. I need to see if was this mirror destroyed?
We don't know what you're
No, it
clicking.
wasn't. All right. No, the mirror by Theron has not been
Oh,
destroyed yet.
Not yet.
But with that outflow of power, that mirror explodes and shards rain down, and that mirror is gone.
Okay.
Mm.
Hi, Sarfang. Hi, my little Bob.
Yay, kitty time.
oh, floofy tail.
Hi.
Oh, the
All right.
kitty.
So that does bring. All right. So with that business done, it is still Rakah's turn.
Well, he was thinking that he might have to save Nyril, but with Keela's shriek of pain, he's going to start moving in her direction. He can't get close enough to do anything to either her or Nyril or Theron. Let me see where he's going to get to first.
It's the thought that counts.
Right there. Okay.
Whiskey says, Kitty of Healing, get 50% hit points back.
Fair
All
enough. I got to tell you, these purrs are medicinal. Oh, bye, Bibisha. Bye. So he's gonna get there. +1 to charisma, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
He Althoric has taken no damage, and clearly can get across the battlefield a little bit, or Negathoric, I should say. So I think Rakah will bust out another Ray of Frost. Let me check. Yeah, he's in range. He'll bust out a Ray of Frost and try to get his attention.
All right. Go ahead and make your attack.
Eh,
15 is not going to hit.
I thought not.
Yikes.
As he sends that out, he will it will miss, and he will say, "That was a warning shot."
So the penguin actually does impact the back of his shoulder, and you see the frost crawl up his cloak and then just dissipate. It seems to have no effect. So it did not hit his armor class, just to be clear,
Yeah.
but Like he's armored up.
Oh boy.
All right, Theron.
All right. Now that this mirror's been broke, and he's looking at their mortal enemy, he's still drawn to Kilo over here. Can we move? Is this difficult terrain or?
This is difficult terrain.
Okay. He's going to take just a breath to center himself, and use another key point and bonus action Step of the Wind to dash.
The moment you begin to move, you feel the thorns tearing at you.
Oh.
You are going to take damage for every square of these thorns that you move through.
Ooh.
Couldn't he leap, though?
It's still going to damage him
Okay.
because he's down in them.
Okay, that's going to change things. So I'm guessing he would move before he realized that that's going to happen.
Yeah. All right. So that will be 5 piercing damage.
Well, that's going to change everything. Yeah. He's going to try to move again.
Okay. 6 piercing damage.
And he's down.
Oh, he's down. Oh.
Oh boy.
Jeez.
And that's my turn.
All right.
Sorry, Keela, I was trying.
Keela, I need you to make a death saving throw.
Okie dokie. It's a. Which one is it?
Just a d20. And just a d20, though it's going to be at the top right of your screen, I think, your character sheet.
Yeah, it's. Oh, I don't see anything to click on there.
You click on the box and it'll bring up and you can roll it.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not the most intuitive.
No, it's really not. All right, get out of here. All right, we will click the button. Ooh.
10 is a success.
Oh. All right. That's a success.
Technically a success, which is the best kind of success.
Yes, we'll take technical ones. All right.
All right. As Saoirse is still terrified of what she sees coming toward her, and backs up against the wall. And you see her rip off the glove from her right hand, and underneath it is a paw made of wood,
Oh.
which glows with energy as she's going to first move the spiritual weapon. Going to take an attack at him with that. And the spiritual weapon just glances off his back. And now she's going to cast I think she's going to cast Sanctuary on herself. So a glowing field appears around her, twinkling with starlight, and she just huddles down in a ball, trying to sink away from this creature walking toward her. Nyril, you're up.
Okay. Nyril is now going to thank his lucky stars that he's a Gerbine, and he has the Gerbine long jump, which should be able to cleanly get him out of this without taking damage, I would imagine.
You are going to take damage for the square you first leave, because you're in those thorns.
Well, okay, well, he's still jumping out to here.
Okay. That's 7 damage.
Good grief. Oh yeah, he's not looking good. But he's still gonna rush up to this mirror and attack it with the butt of his sword again.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack.
Come on. It's a stationary object.
I've been screaming at the entire game.
I mean, you don't miss it.
Just don't
But
damage it.
These are very solidly built mirrors.
Okay,
Apparently.
and
High quality construction.
he's gonna take a bonus action to use a potion of healing.
Okay.
Yay! Thank goodness. Definitely need it.
And it's Lorik's turn again. He strides through the thorns with absolutely no sign of difficulty or pain, and moves closer to Circe, who is still cowering on the ground. Perhaps I've not given you enough. Allow me to change that. And he reaches out with his wooden hand, and you see Circe's wooden hand rising toward it. She looks up in terror and grasps it. No, 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 please, please, no, no! The bark of her wrist begins to crawl down the length of her arm, consuming fur, down to the level of her elbow. She stares in terror, trying to stop its progress. You see the shattered shards of the mirrors all around are rattling against the floor, shaking. You hear a rumbling in the floor beneath you. And the only remaining intact mirror glows blinding white and then explodes. And with that,
Yay.
Lorik disappears.
Nyril disappears.
Yeah, Nyril disappears. He was in the reflection all along.
Oh god.
And the 3 fields of thorns disappear. And we are
Nyrel's-
out of initiative.
When it starts to get bright, the shield's gonna go up to save his eyes, and that's probably what keeps him from getting just absolutely shredded by exploding glass.
As soon as he can, Rakaw is going to make his way over to Keela. And he will cast Spare the Dying on her, which means she's stable, doesn't have to make any death saving throws. And then he will do the same for Theron unless somebody else does something first.
So Circe right now is just rocking back and forth against the wall and sobbing.
Okay. So yeah, nobody else is gonna get to him first. So
Yeah, well, Nyril is, trying to like rub, the blinding spots out of his eyes. So, and he's still looking around to see if he can find that executioner again, but he's not there, and he doesn't see Lorik. But he's still gonna hop out of that mess. Actually, hopped about there, and then how far can I go on a dash? Oops. Come on. Nope. Wrong tool. There we go. He'd be able to get over to Theron pretty quick, I think.
Well,
yeah, but
before you go like using any potions or anything, now that everybody is in 30 feet and stable, Rakaw will cast Prayer of Healing.
uh-huh.
All righty.
Nyril was just intending to do a medicine check.
And Rakaw begins to murmur.
That is a 10-minute cast, so it's yeah. I
So
wanted to
he-
make sure people will stable first, but
Yeah. He begins to murmur this prayer, I presume, to Gesme, as things settle. And I think we're probably going to pick it up there after the break.
Sounds
Alright.
good. All right.
I guess we'll have to figure out how we're gonna divvy up that the healing. I think all 3 of us really need it.
Yep. You guys more than me.
so you each regain that. Like that
Oh.
16 is to everybody.
That's
Oh wow.
oh wow.
Okay.
Oh wow. That's pretty amazing right there.
Dang. Okay. Now Nyrul's looking pretty dang good. Not perfect, but pretty dang good.
It was my last second level spell slot, so had to make the most of it.
16.
Alrighty.
Hold on.
Well, should we take our break and be back in about 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
I will be able to hear all you guys, so whenever you're back and ready, let me know. I'm going to mute y'all to the channel here so I can hang out with everybody and chat. So,
Bye,
Okay.
everyone. See you in 10 minutes.
Yep.
alrighty.
Great fight,
Do it.
guys.
Alrighty, so that means y'all get to stare at this ugly mug. Haha. Oh man, that was intense. And all I'm gonna say is I have another character that would have been ideal for this situation. I've got a character who is actually blind and uses 2 morning stars. So yeah, he would have been wrecking crew on these mirrors, but Nyrul did his best. Tim Sachala says, what has changed with the audience setup this week? Previous weeks we were not getting echo from everyone but me that we are hearing tonight. You guys are getting echo? Is it from everyone or is it just me? Or is it basically everybody but me? From the others. Okay. Let's see if I can fix that. I wonder if it is basically trying to pick up in my mic after all. Let me switch to using headphones and we'll see if that works. Let me get my headphones out here. I have been doing some audio rejigging. My apologies for the echo. I did not mean that to happen. Should not have happened. So, ow. Now I got to get the adapter off and I don't have use of most of my fingers. There we go. Okay, I'm going to see if I can adjust this here. Ow! Sorry. The tin can echo, not double sound. Okay, that's different. I didn't change anything that should be doing that, is the thing. Let me look in my settings here and see what's going on, because that should not be happening. I do also want to shout out to, looks like Magoo. Think that's how you pronounce it. Thank you very much for the follow as well. You noticed it most on Rastavar. Interesting. Yeah, I was worried about a TPK as well. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was not looking good. But let's see if I can figure out what is going on with their audio. I need to go into actually probably my Discord settings. That may be where it's coming from. Settings, voice and video. No, that's the same as normal. Type of echo like they're each sitting in a big metal drum. That is bizarre. Let's see here. Yeah, Rastafari says there may be some room reflection going to your mic, but see, I'm not hearing it though, and I should be if it's coming from your end. If it's coming from me, EQ set to Hall. Okay, yeah, that's a problem. I'm going to reroute some audio here and see if I can get it to fix that. So give me one moment and I will go into my sound settings. That is not where I want that to be. Okay, volume and preferences. Discord is now going to go through default. So my really cool new mute button is not going to work. So everybody that's on the Discord, hang on for a moment. I will now rejig what that button does. So that is going to go to desktop audio. Okay, make sure I have these set to the same settings there. Okay. Alrighty, let's see if this will work. Restavar, if you can, just say something and we'll see if they pick it up, if it sounds the same.
Check. Let's see what this works any better than before.
Oh, hang on. Hang on, I gotta do another Discord fix here.
Okay.
See here. Where's the video output device? Default. Okay, now let's try it.
All right, I am the very model of a modern Major General of information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the fights historical from Marathon to Waterloo in order categorical.
But on sight, can you tell a Mauser rifle from a javelin?
Not yet.
Okay, looks like that is going to fix it here, so that should be good. So I will put you back on mute here, and just say something, and we'll see if they can hear it real quick.
This is something I'm saying, right?
Okay, they shouldn't be getting it. All right, cool. All right, I will look into my settings after that. I may have to reload my GoXLR settings. I didn't change anything that should have caused that, but thank you for letting me know. You know, if you guys ever hear or see, or you know, if something's weird, let me know, and I'd be more than happy to try to fix it for you, because audio even more important than video when it comes to streaming or anything like that. So okay, I am very concerned as to why that's happening. I'll have to do some tests after this and probably tomorrow to figure out what's going on, but that should be corrected. So yeah, Whiskey, but you know, it's, if I can make it better and make it clear and make it like what I'm hearing, I want you guys to hear it too. I want you to have the best experience possible here on the stream. Sure, we know that it's not a damage stream without a technical difficulty, but if I can fix them, I want to fix them. Absolutely. So I got to go back through chat and see everything I've missed. Let's see here. Yeah. It's my two fingers. Yeah. Yeah. If these had worked, then getting this adapter off would have been way easier, but it's hard when you're not used to using these for the same kind of pole rotation. Really, losing the use of your two primary fingers affects you a lot more than you'd think. Oh boy. Let's see here. Hey there, Manjo, welcome. Glad to see you again here. Trying to go back through everybody. Yeah, as Rastar is saying here, I'll have to check out the VOD, see what happens, and see if I can replicate it somehow, and then really get to the bottom of it. So, yeah, I don't know what happened there. In fact, let me go into my properties on here. No, that's set to the right thing. Do I have advanced audio properties? I've got nothing set on it that should be doing that. So, yeah, I'll have to just play with it and figure out how to fix it. But hope you guys are enjoying the game so far. I've been having a lot of fun. Nyril is relieved it's over, but also furious that he didn't get to kill somebody he wanted to kill. So, yeah, that's fun. But, yeah, Rastor says, at least it wasn't my thumbs. No kidding. That would have been unfortunate. Then I would have wanted to be a koala where my other finger could like come in like a second thumb, and I'd be doing weird things with pinkies. But, oh man. Yeah, it's, the right finger is healing up pretty well, and I do go see the doctor again on Monday, so it'll be between work and stream. I will be streaming Sunday and Monday. We've got some games planned, and it's going to be kind of more group games and stuff like that for Sunday, And those of you who are in the Discord, I'm planning to play Snake Oil, which is a really creative, fun card game. So if you can commit to, an hour and a half to 2 hours of that, and you want to be in, on the stream, let me know in the Discord. And then after that, we're going to be opening up to even more people from the Discord and more friends, because we're going to be playing some Gartic Phone on Sunday. Then on Monday, because many of my friends play D&D in a session that I can't play in because I'm streaming, I'm going to be doing a solo game. I'm going to be kicking it old school and, really having a cracking good time with the Indiana Jones classic, Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, which is one of my favorite point-and-click adventure games of all time. I am kind of limited to the types of games I can play because WASD doesn't work very well when you can't move this finger well, and I can't use shoulder buttons like, that doesn't wrap. Oh yeah, and my banana controller. Haven't shown you this yet. The Bananarama. So hopefully when I'm better, I can play games with this again. Yeah, we're doing games and stuff like that, trying to have fun and engage the whole community until I can draw again. I'm really looking forward to drawing again. Probably going to be about 2 weeks before I can draw again. And I don't want to push it too hard because left finger, not so worried about. Right finger, critically important for drawing. So, and this is the one that is healing up better. This is the one that really hurts still. So this is why I see the doctor on Monday. But Angel Spirit Wind says, you guys playing is making me miss my D&D game, but my group fell apart and moves with moves and new jobs. Yeah, it's a bummer. That's where playing online is really, really handy, because I don't think any of us are in the same state. Our DM now works out of state and travels the next place to work on weekends. Yeah. Playing online is a huge bonus. It's great to be able to play with your friends, with people you've known for a long time, as well as to play with new friends and get to know people. I got to play an Adventure League game, and I only knew one person in the entire group of, I think it was like 8 at the time, but made some great new friends, had a lot of fun. It was a really, really good time. So these virtual games using Roll20, which is what we're using for the maps and rolls, and then we're using D&D Beyond for our character sheets that link directly, and it makes it so much nicer. I honestly would prefer playing digitally to playing in person at this point, because the rolls being automated and your inventory is way easier to keep track of. It's way easier to see what spells you have or what utility abilities you have, if they're available, if they're not. And normally I could take notes in the D&D sessions I play in. I'm generally the note takers. I'm just typing up a storm, but I can't do that right now. So, and I don't want to take notes on stream. But playing online is great. Epsilon Metroid says, nice controller. Thank you. Yeah, I ordered it in the channel colors of yellow and black. And if you are ordering a custom Xbox controller, which honestly, they're only $10 more than a regular one, and the new ones are really, really nice. If you are ordering them, these buttons are the gray on black. Online, they're much brighter. So I would have gone with the white on black, because these are really hard to read. So if you order, bear that in mind. The gray is really dark. I do regret going for the gray instead of the white. The white looked too bright. Honestly, it would have been a lot better. Hey there, Kid Icarus. Hey there, Darkstar. Yeah, Rastavar says, there's definitely downsides. Technical glitches, latency in voice, causing people to talk over each other. Player cameras really help. Yeah, so, there are those things. And sometimes playing in person is really cool because it's easier to read people right across this table. And that's fun. But, none of us are in the same state as far as I'm aware. So we couldn't play in person if we wanted to. Tavern says, love to be able to play in person, but probably still use the digital tools. Yeah, that's not bad. And King Chris, yeah, I'm glad you could catch the stream too. We're just about to pick up. In fact, I'm a little bit over, so we should be popping back into the game here. I believe everybody's ready. So, Rastavar, those TV map tables are awesome. So, spoiler alert, in my house, I have a room that I am rebuilding, and that will be the games room. And a long-term project is to build a games table that is also my dining table, but the top comes off, and it will have a TV in it for a TV display, so that should games ever happen at my house, we'll be able to play live right there with the video feed and all that. But that's a while down the road. But all right, let us get back to the game here, and away we go. All right, everybody, we are back live.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Good job with that fight. That was definitely tense.
Just a bit.
So, Rakaw takes some time to, to pull out his prayer book and begins incanting this prayer, this healing prayer, to bring back some vitality to his team. Saoirse is completely disconnected right now, which means that Nyrul's the only one moving about. Is there anything you're doing while Rakaw is praying?
Yeah, Nyrul's going to come back over to where he slashed that executioner and look for any kind of blood residue that he knows would have dropped. He's looking for any trace of that executioner.
You see nothing.
Nothing.
Not even footprints,
He's
other
gonna
than
then
the ones that you've left yourself.
kind of walk around to the broken glass and nudge some of it with the tip of his sword, and then kind of go around, and he's now going to, feel behind a curtain before looking, but pretty much he's going to go around the whole room just to see if there's another mirror that we don't know about.
Sure. So yeah, you begin making your way around the room, feeling at the curtains. You feel stone walls, more stone walls. You're going to go to anywhere else? Come over here. You reach for the curtain, and your paw actually goes deeper. There's space behind the curtain.
What the? At that point, he's now going to take his sword and just kind of reach it in there and kind of waggle around a bit. He's looking the other way just in case.
Yeah. So your sword, you're able to reach your full arm in there, and you feel open space. If you move toward either edge of the curtain, you do feel walls. It seems like there's a corridor that is hidden behind the curtain.
Interesting. But just safe and sorry. He's going to go up and check this curtain too, because it's the last one to check.
Wall.
Okay. Now he's going to come back here and yank the curtain back with, basically he's going to use the shield to fling it back and his sword at the ready just in case the executioner's on the other side.
All right. Do you have any light?
Oh, actually, I think Nyrul was the one with the torch, but
Yeah,
that's
he was.
probably dropped somewhere at this point.
Yeah. So there was glow coming from the mirrors to cast everything in some dim, in some low-level light. There's a little bit of, but yeah, I think actually now it would be very, very dark.
Okay. In that case, he probably would have struck up a torch again.
Okay. So that's going to be enough that he will be able to see into this room.
Come on, wherever you are.
You see a corridor leading to a small, round chamber. Well, a decent-sized round chamber. What looks like a mausoleum. There are 4 low pillars surrounding a reflecting pool with a very ornately carved granite sarcophagus sitting. The way it's built almost looks like it's resting gently like a feather on the water. In front of the sarcophagus is a wooden lectern with a book balanced on it, almost as if it's ready for a lecture. And there is a domed ceiling overhead.
Gnarl's gonna kind of look back at the others, and also just to make sure nothing else is popping out anywhere. And he's gonna wander in, but not touch anything yet. He's just kind of examining the room.
Okay.
Now, Nyril has spent a decent amount of time at the Abbey by now, at Stonemoss Abbey. Is there anything here he would recognize that might connect to things he's seen at the Abbey?
Probably. So, in the top face of the sarcophagus, there is a very finely carved figure of a female raven in wizardly robes, with her wings crossed very serenely across her chest, eyes closed in repose, which you may recognize a robed raven figure depicted alongside Tristan the warrior and his other companions.
So this is where you wound up. Always thought you were kind at the whole sky burial thing. Don't suppose you're behind those mirrors? Sent that. There's no way around using a swear word, so he's going to use one to describe the executioner, but I won't say it here. To me.
So,
I suppose you could bring him back, can you?
you hear no response.
Figures. A lot of help you are. And he's gonna now just kind of look at the book, see if it's a language that he even knows or can tell anything about.
You page through it. It looks like. So roll a general intelligence check for me.
Oh boy, that's a good one.
You really can't make any sense of it. Doesn't look like any language you've seen before. Spiraling, intersecting marks that you cannot make head or tail of.
Typical bird folk chicken scratch. Maybe that raven will be able to make sense of this. And he's going to wander back out and see how things are going.
Okay. And I'm going to say that you make it back within the range of prayer of healing in time to actually get the healing.
Okay.
And
I'll probably actually come over to Keela.
okay. So I think that's about when the healing takes effect. Wounds from the jagged, tearing thorns begin to close, and you hear Keela's breathing begin to steady. Theron also is coming around, and both of you come awake.
No.
For that matter, Sershi is technically in range. I don't know that she took any damage, but
No physical damage.
okay.
Not today, Night Father. No. Thankfully, not today. And Gila kind of looks around at them and is like, I'm sorry. I thought I knew what we were doing, but I was wrong.
Nyrel's gonna lean down and whisper to her, "It's not your fault. It's hers. She called him here. I'd keep a bolt trained on her."
She helped me. She healed me.
And then she called in the stag. Amazing how people act like your friend before they try to kill you.
I think it was your fear. No, it wasn't real, was it? He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone all right. So's the stag.
So's the monster.
Guess she's controlled the mirrors somehow. We ended up breaking them all. Maybe strain of what she was doing blew the last one in my face. Thankfully, I was a bit quick on that one. You alright though?
Quick question. Is this basically like a conversation low enough in tone that only Keela can hear it, or is it audible throughout the chamber?
Up to you
He's
guys.
probably gotten a
It's-
little bit louder.
Yeah, it probably started pretty quiet, but it's
Yeah.
getting...
Hmm.
I'll be all right, but I don't know, Naira. I don't think she's. I mean, I think she knew him, obviously, but I don't think.
She's got a ruddy wooden arm. She's in league with him.
She looked
Told you we
terrified of
shouldn't have
him.
had her.
She looked absolutely terrified.
After making sure that Theron is okay and able to get up, which it appears he has, Raka is going to head over to Saoirse and start trying to counsel her back from the state of trauma she's in.
Saoirse is sitting with her knees tucked up against her chest, arms around them tightly, including the newly wooden arm, face buried in against her knees. And slowly she looks up. You see the dark tear tracks down each of her cheeks, coming from her the black mask markings of her face. It's over. He's gone.
He is gone, though not the real one.
Not the real one. Doesn't matter, he wasn't real. My fear of him obviously was strong enough. Oh, by the 12. What have I done?
A good question. What did you do?
I'm sorry. I thought maybe if I got help, maybe we could break his hold. Maybe nothing can break it. I've been with him over a year now. I grew up in a bandit settlement in Humblewood, north of Winnowing Reach, near the Scorched Grove. I was a healer and a potion maker. I patch up the thugs and runners when they come back from their sorties. I never did any fighting myself. And one day, one of the runners came back with a strange look in his eye. He sneaked out at night, opened the gates, and dozens of strangers flooded in, led by that stag. A few fought, and they were quickly put down. Most surrendered. I was tending the chief at the time. He'd taken an arrow and the wound had gone toxic. Lorak burst into the tent. I raised my paws to cast a spell. His sword flashed, and then She grips her wooden wrist and squeezes her eyes shut. Next thing I knew, the chief was dead. I was on the ground in a pool of blood. Lorik knelt down beside me and touched my arm, and this wooden paw grew out of it. Since then, I've performed magic unlike anything I've ever dreamed about. I've also seen more death and suffering than ever before. Whatever he's after, he's willing to sacrifice anyone and anything to get it. And her head sinks again.
When did you leave his side?
She looks away. She does not want to answer.
Have you left his side? Still silence.
He sent me into the city. I was to scout ahead. I thought maybe this was my chance. He trusted me enough to let me out of his sight. But he'll know. He'll know about this. Probably just made things worse.
Knowledge is a burden, but we can bear it, and the load is always lighter when it is shared. A question. This Lorik, he seems devious, has the ability to exert influence over the thoughts of others. Do you feel any such pull over you?
I don't think so. I don't know that he controls thoughts. I never felt like he controlled mine, but he does wield many terrible powers. I've seen him return people from the very point of death. Whatever he takes, he gives back.
But changed.
Yes.
You
Paul-
said a moment. You said you had been with him over a year.
That's right.
In all that time, has he ever done anything to make you think that he would trick people into accepting a group of his servants by creating a scene where they are being chased by strange elemental plants?
I'm not sure what you're asking, but he is very clever. He's a shrewd general, and I wouldn't put it past him. But most of the time, he doesn't need trickery. He does have a sense of honor, I guess, if you can call it that. He's very fond of single combat. But, I mean, going against him alone, that would be suicide.
We are not dead. Not yet. Thankfully, Gesme has seen to spare us the worst of the harm wrought by this challenge. Come, we should rejoin the others.
She's going to take her staff and then lift herself up on it. And
Raquel will
still,
try to support her as she does.
she looks a little bit of surprise and then smiles weakly in gratitude. She's standing on her feet. Her tail shakes off some of the dust. And she seems to have collected herself again. One other point of order: when you moved into this chamber and the mirrors flared to life, the doors in and out of this chamber had ground shut, sealing you inside. Once the mirrors all were gone, those doors have ground open again.
Mm-hmm.
What's Theron doing through this?
Swimming.
James, or I'm sorry.
Sorry, you cut out there for a second. What were we saying?
What's Theron doing right now?
When he got up after the heal, and he drew in a deep breath, muttering under his breath a little bit, and he gets up and he kind of shakes the cobwebs off and kind of looks at everything around him and sees the situation and starts looking around and realizes he doesn't have his sword, he doesn't see it, and starts piecing back what happened. And he realized he had been running when it was just that final strip just had done him in. And as he fell forward, his sword had clattered away and fell into the water here. So he kind of drags himself over to the edge and gets down and starts feeling around in the water till he finds it and pulls it out and kind of moves back to the edge for a second. And he's looking, his paws are just ripped apart where he'd been punching glass and everything else and on him still. And he's looking down at the sword and looking at the little thistle on the ricasso of the sword itself. And he just kind of shakes his head and takes it and kind of on his robe, even though it's wet, he's kind of trying to get the moisture off of it and starts easing it back into his sheath and gets up and steps back onto the surface here and kind of looks around and hangs his head and doesn't really say anything. It's kind of almost in his own world right now.
I think
that your robes are absolutely shredded right now by the thorns that you were running through. Yeah. So you are looking like a horrible mess.
Yeah, and that's kind of what he's looking at too.
I think Nyril is definitely waiting for him to get his sword and kind of get himself back to sorts and watching what's going on. He's seeing Raquel speak to Saoirse, but I don't think he can hear what they're saying. But he's going to call out, Theron, Raquel, come over here. Got something to show you. She stays there. He's going to turn to Keela and says, keep it trained on her. She moves, you shoot. And he's going to kind of lead the way over towards the doorway over here, kind of nodding his head for Theron and Rakaw to come along.
Was the comment tequila overhearable, or was that more of a quiet aside?
I think that was a quiet aside.
And Keela just crosses over,
Well,
but
Rakaw
does
will,
not have her crossbow ready.
Rakaw will gently pat Cersei on the shoulder with a feathered wing and go, "It will be all right." And then he will head off to see what Nyril is on about.
And Cersei definitely heard what Nyril said. That one stays over there, and she just,
Yeah.
she doesn't come closer. She watches Nyril very warily.
Nyril's gonna head on into the room there.
Yeah, and once they're out of sight, Keela just kind of shakes her head and goes, "He means well. It's just, I don't know. He tried to get us to kill a bandit earlier, and I couldn't understand why. There's something about his past. I think he doesn't trust people very much. But I want you to know, I'm appreciative for what you did back there. And I'm not dumb. I know pasts don't count for everything. And sometimes you gotta make bad decisions to survive. The important thing is you're here now, and you're making the right decisions now. But just be wary around him, yeah? He's...
I will.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty experienced with the type, to be honest.
Sounds like you are. Yeah, just... No, not everyone feels the same way.
You're awfully nice for a guard.
I have no reason to be mean. I'm here to protect my home. Anyone in it that's willing to take that protection. And, well, that encompasses you if you want it to.
I hope it can.
That it does.
All right. So over in the mausoleum, Rakaw, you see this chamber as I described it to Nyril. You see the book on the pedestal. You see the sarcophagus carved with the figure of a raven woman in repose.
Rakaw will, I guess if he can, sidle up to the sarcophagus and gently lay a wing over it.
Yeah.
And he will say quietly to himself, I think it's audible to Theron and Nyril, but, he doesn't care. He will quietly say, "It was ingenious."
What was that?
It was ingenious.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I get how ingenious it was. Can you read what's in that book? That's why I brought you in here. Theron. This, looking familiar, I suppose?
Is this looking familiar to Theron?
Oh, you definitely would recognize one of Tristan's companions. And
That's
this
what I thought.
is specifically Trill Dawnfeather, the White
Yeah.
Raven wizard.
Yeah, it's like Trill Dawnfeather, one of Tristan's companions, and he's still real kind of to himself.
Rakaw will pick up the book and look through it, see
Okay.
if he can make heads or tails.
You don't have to roll to recognize a wizard's spellbook.
Mm.
Ooh.
This book is chained to the pedestal, and if you take it to its limit, you'll actually see arcane sigils appear around the chain, reinforcing it. As you page through, the book begins to thrum with power in your hand. The pages begin to flip by themselves as if driven by a wind, and then it falls open, a full spread, with a complicated magical arcane equation. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
This is exactly the moment where the dice are going to hate me. Or not.
Dang,
Oh.
22.
All right.
Nice.
So
Yay.
obviously, you are not a wizard. You could not put these arcane equations together, and you can't read the specifics of this spell, but you definitely recognize the trappings of illusion magic. Just as the runes begin to glow with a pale purple light, and a figure appears hovering over the sarcophagus, the figure of a white raven in robes. And I'm going to share this with everybody.
Ooh.
Oh.
You see Trill Dawnfeather carrying her crooked staff and in her bright purple robes.
Yay.
And she looks down at the three of you with a bright smile and says, "Hello, I'm Trill Dawnfeather, first wizard of Embershire and a friend to Tristan the warrior. If you're here, you must have first bested my mirrors, which means you are either seeking Tristan's sword in an hour of great need, or you're a particularly persistent pack of grave robbers. Either way, this book will only activate in the presence of a caster, which means you're in a position to do a great deal of good or a great deal of evil. So let's make this interesting, shall we? I'm going to offer you a choice from my own most treasured relics. What kind of caster are you?" And she looks directly at Recall. And then she gestures to the pillar to her right. And with a flash of light, a book appears there, bound with a cover of pressed and laminated white feathers. "Do you seek to do great things with your magic? Then choose this book. It will make your magic more potent." Then she gestures to the pillar on her left, and with another flash of light, a thin silvery ring bearing a tiny red stone appears. "Do you seek safety? Then choose this ring. It will offer you a measure of protection against a cruel and uncaring world." Then she spreads her wings in both directions. "Ah, but what if you are truly ambitious? What if you seek power above all else? If so, then choose both. But beware, power corrupts, power destroys, power consumes. If power is truly what you desire, then power you shall receive. The last vestiges of my power, in memory of my friend Tristan. Choose, but choose wisely."
For as the real grail will grant you life.
A little bit there, huh?
Yeah.
I already did my Blade of a Farmer reference, so.
Yeah.
Whew. This is a hard choice. Because Rakaw is squishy. And yet also, I think... Oh,
Or you could have both.
No. Well,
No, I was
I'm
going to
just
lean
saying.
in and go, if you took both and it corrupts, we could always, kill you and take them off you. Just ease the burden. He's just kind of, cheeky grin. He's not being serious at this point.
Ooh, the decision has gotten him
Yeah.
stumped.
Like I'm trying to play it out as Rakah in my head, and
I think while Rakaw's thinking, Nyril is going to look at the visage of Trill and go, what if someone else took the other one? One takes one takes the other. Suppose that's not considered being too greedy. It's two people.
The offer stands as I have laid it out.
Bloody wizards.
Hush, dear, adults are talking.
Ooh.
Rakah is gonna smile very slightly. I think the need is just too big. Because they all almost died. So I think Rakah is going to look left, and he's going to look right,
And
and
take them both.
he's going to look at the illusion and say, I cannot choose separately. But that does not mean I will keep these forever. And he will gesture that he's going to take them both.
Ooh.
Nyril just nods.
Do I have to actually pick them up, or does she say anything?
She doesn't say anything.
Okay. Well, I will go ahead and pick up the book first, and then I will pick up the ring.
All right.
See what I got drawn up for my backup character here.
Suddenly, Rakah is revealed as the big bad.
Nyril shanks him.
Sprouts antlers.
I'm sorry to hear that. Sometimes the draw of power is too much to resist. I've known it myself. But, as promised, the last vestiges of my power. And you see her wings suddenly move in a complicated, arcane gesture that you recognize as evocation. And I need dexterity saving throws from all three of you.
Oh, dang it.
Hey, Thera.
All right. Theron is the only one who saved.
Ah.
Ooh.
So as she weaves her nimble feathers together, a spark of flame appears in the middle and then begins to grow and grow and grow and grow. And just before Rakah can even shout the warning, it explodes with a thunderous boom, as she has just cast Fireball at 5th level.
Good grief. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh!
Yep.
Wow.
We're down.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
And Kila hears that and goes, "What did they just do?"
Okay, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Runs over.
All right.
Wow.
No,
And just to be sure, I don't think that insta kills anybody.
It does me at 41 damage.
So it would have to go. It would have to get you to negative 26 hit points.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, all three of you are now unconscious and smoldering.
Ugh.
And the blast brought down stones from the ceiling.
Oh my goodness.
They're scattering across the ground, and you actually two of the columns have fallen over. It is an absolute mess in here. Even the sarcophagus is sunken into the ground beneath it. The water is leaking down into the earth. Well, actually, the water is completely gone, vaporized. And you see that their clothes are smoldering. They're slightly on fire. Cersei is going to run over.
Quick.
What in
Did
the name of all the Amaranthine? What did they do?
something exceedingly foolish.
And yeah, she is going to cast Cure Wounds on each of you.
I gotta interrupt here because Taffer just brought the most brilliant observation. Keela walking in like that gif of Donald Glover on Community.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, that's exactly what has happened now.
Yeah. Like,
All
Wow.
right. So gonna be for all right, Nyril, you get 7. Theron, you get 6. Rakaw, you got the max heal, you get 12.
Oh, that figures.
what happened?
She bloody lied to us. That's what happened.
Rakaw is lying against a pillar. He
Lied.
mutters, I was not worthy.
Theron sits up. Oh, they kept their promise.
No, she said it corrupts, not explodes.
We just got the last vestige of Trill's power. Oh, God.
You what? What?
Bloody ravens. And Nyril's just gonna, storm out of there, brushing whatever he can off his fur, and he's taking his torch with him.
Cersei looks after and says, "You're welcome."
What's
Do I actually now have those items, by the way?
what Keela's about to ask? Is,
Yes,
was it
you
at
do.
least worth it?
Oh, my Lord.
Was there a purpose? Or you just enjoyed making fire?
So for those of you who can't, if you can't see the chat, that was 41 fire damage.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Theron only took 20.
I mean, I went back and forth in my head a lot on that one. In his mind, like, I don't think he viewed. Well, I don't have to explain. I said it. The need was too great, so he suffered for it.
Well, oh,
That was
doesn't
amazing.
even have words, and she just walks out, and I'm like,
Oh,
I can't end with you.
oh. Never listen to me.
Nyril's just washing off whatever he can and all singed and looks a mess.
Keela
Oh,
just
yeah,
kind of
you-
slumps against this pillar and is like, I think we need a bit of a sit down.
Is the so I'm guessing the illusion is gone now too.
Oh, yes.
Be hilarious if it was just sitting on top of the sarcophagus laughing at us, doing its little raven laugh.
I'm pretty sure wherever Trill is, she's cackling up a good storm right now.
Oh, yeah. We just had a murder of ravens.
And hares and foxes.
Yeah, Cersei's going to leave also. She's going to steer clear of Nyril.
All the mirrors are broken to the point where you can't even look in them, right?
Yes, and the ones on this side are actually just, a smooth ripple of glass now.
Well, then Raka is going to walk over to the water and sit down and look at his reflection.
You are a mess. There's some of the keratin has been peeled back from your beak, exposing these scars of pink. A bit of bleeding from the nares. You're definitely missing some feathers as well. And your robes are blackened and very patchy. This is beyond prestidigitation.
Yeah,
Yeah, you'd need mending at this point.
yeah. Theron's gonna just limp away from the big enclosed room that just smells of burnt fur and feather.
Oh,
Just-
I didn't even think about that. Oh, that's
Yeah,
horrible.
that's not a pleasant room
Mm.
anymore.
Oh,
It's probably like wafting out too. Ugh.
he's just gonna collapse on the steps here. Oh.
I think Nyril's taken off his jacket so we can try to wash it, and it's
It's just looking
it's
around
been
like,
repaired
guessing
many
no one's gonna-
times. It's probably
anyone-
made from
sorry.
multiple jackets at this point.
yeah. And Keela's just like, I'm guessing no one's gonna fight me on the taking at least a breather.
You're in charge. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, he is hurt. God.
Hmm.
So did we get both items?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
he's got them.
Oh,
yeah.
they're not gonna have any power though.
I'm guessing this group is pretty good for sitting around for an hour.
Yeah.
So we can all
Nyril's just
choose
gonna
some hit
slump
dice.
back against this pillar.
But then the mirrors start glowing again.
Oh!
Although at this
Alright.
point, Nyril's gonna say, an old man can wander through here without setting this off. There's got to be a safe path. Just saying.
Well, they did tell us not to come down here without him.
Maybe this is where he disappeared. Maybe he blew up too. Maybe that's why they haven't seen him.
I doubt that. But who knows? Maybe we'll find him later on down the path. We ain't found the sword yet. And I doubt that was going to be the worst of it.
Whatever. Nyril's gonna start trying to sew like the blown out, shoulder joint on his jacket back together. He's just sitting there, just absolute super grump.
Keela's looking at her scarf that is no doubt kind of tattered from the jaws of the horrible bug monster and thorns, and it's just like, sources.
I think Cersei's faith in you guys might have also taken a little bit of a hit. Just putting that out there.
I'm
Well,
not betting it did.
We can take a fireball, so I mean that's
Yeah.
gotta go for
True.
something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are we actively taking a short rest at this point?
I think so.
I think
Roll
so,
some hit
yes.
dice.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Yes.
Aaron is.
Oh man, we haven't had a long rest since the last one. Because
Yep.
I'm apparently
You haven't taken a long rest this game.
oh goodness.
This is all day one.
Okay, so
Oh
that is
no.
3.
So that's 3.
Eight
Yay, I get
is-
6 health back.
Woo.
Oh, okay. We can roll hit dice.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
am
Nothing
going-
comes to interrupt your rest.
I am going to do so. How many? Ooh, I've only got 2 left. I'm gonna roll them both.
Boink.
And I
Could have been
will
better.
heal for my 6 points. Well, could have been worse, could have been better.
Nyryl's back to full, but still looks like hell.
Theron is not. Theron is still looking really rough.
Ooh.
Nyryl's gonna look at Theron and go, thought that might have been, connected to his grave. Sorry, you know more about that than I do.
Caleb kind of shuffles in her pack a little, pulls out a healing potion, kind of nudges it towards there, and be like, "Do you need this?"
Oh, I've got one. Thank you.
All right. And then puts it back away.
So what's Rakah doing during this short rest?
He is just staring at his own reflection. He's basically kind of in his head, like he thought that was the smart choice, the choice that the needs and circumstances dictated, and he feels like he chose wrong, which, you don't get a fireball to the face if you do it right. And his faith in himself is shaken, and his faith in his choice is clearly gone. He is just sitting with all that. And I think at some point, you can't stew in your own juices forever. I think at some point he is going to look at the items that he has and just go return them.
Oh,
And Cersei looks down with surprise as you walk back toward the room. Well, but I mean, you and your friends just went through a lot to get those.
I think he's just sitting there. Like he wants to respond verbally, but he can't. For one of the times in his life that's kind of few and far between, he does not have any words.
I mean,
And I think he's going to kind of slump against the sarcophagus and just stare at the ceiling.
From the distance, here's Nyril call out because he saw him go in there and heard, he can kind of surmise what might be happening from what he heard Cersei say. You leave this here, I will treat you like that executioner.
I don't think that reaches him.
I think Cersei just backs out again.
In case there's another fireball.
really doing what? Oh, please tell me he's not.
I think at this point, if more time is passing and Rakaw doesn't emerge, Nyral's going to get up there and, wandering after him and say, "What do you think you're doing?"
I think he just gives Nyral a blank look.
Listen, there's obvious magic. You know magic. I can at least recognize magic. And it just about killed us. But if that were the price for her giving you whatever that is, we paid it, you take it. Maybe you don't want it. Maybe we want you to want it.
A thought just occurs to Rakaw, and he is going to look at the book with his appraising eye to see if it is in fact a magical item.
Let's see. Is that something you can do? Oh, for short rest. Okay,
Yeah, it's
yes.
per short rest.
So, absolutely is magical.
Okay.
And with your appraising eye, you can tell this would give a constant boost, a passive boost to your magical abilities. Definitely a significant one. And not only that, but it has the ability to push a single spell beyond even that passive boost at a bit of a cost.
Okay. Well, since he's at least, because this whole room has been a room of tests, since he's at least satisfied that this was not an empty choice, like these are real. This wasn't a facade. I think he'll go ahead and pick them both back up and say, "You are right, Captain.
Too
I
bloody
did
right
indeed
I
pay
am."
a price." And he'll equip the book or whatever. He will not equip the ring yet.
Okay. You would have to spend the time necessary to attune to it. Yeah. So you're not attuned to it yet.
Sure.
As it is, you can use it as a spellcasting focus, but just a normal spellcasting focus with no bonuses.
Sure. Okay.
So, you good then? I mean, I can see, visually, not the best, but you down with those?
Intelligence teaches us that things can be used for good or evil.
Common sense says power is power. But it's up to the person to figure out how they use it.
Yes. That is what I was getting at, Captain.
I mean, I know dumb people who know that. I wouldn't call it intelligence. Then again, I know dumb people don't know it either, so maybe they're just more dumb.
I think Rakaw is going to level his eyes back on Nyril. And he's going to say, "For someone associated with the Perch Guard, that your greatest fear was of them is most curious."
Narwhal's gonna just stare at him. His eyes definitely harden. Two things. One, We're called the Perch Guard Irregulars for a reason. Because your type are all high and mighty, making up the Perch Guard, pretending you run everything, and leaving us humble folk on the ground, mostly to fend for ourselves. So of course, we made up our own units, to do what you wouldn't. And no, they don't boss us around, they like to think they do, and sometimes we work with them. But don't even think I report to them. And second, that weren't my greatest fear, but my greatest regret. Regret I am more than willing to rectify, as I hope you could see.
A hollow rectification in this case.
Doesn't matter. If I can gut him, that's enough.
He was the one who took Derwin, wasn't he?
Aye. He was. I knew it were going to be an execution. But I was expecting the block. Me and my mates, those who made it out, we had a plan. We were set. Rescue Derwin and others. When we got up into that square, it wasn't the block they were preparing for. They had those of us they caught, lashed to posts, arms above, legs below. And that absolute piece of filth went through, and he gutted each one. I watched their insides fall out as they screamed. I watched them kill Derwin, and I couldn't do anything about it. I had to watch as he died. I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't do it. At that point, Nyril basically just breaks down, and he's going to slump down against the wall.
Recall will join him and put a wing over his shoulders.
Don't you bloody touch me!
All right.
Bloody Perch God. I don't care. You don't care about us. You care about your order, your peace, and your power. Those of us on the ground, well, most of us don't get your chances. You do up in your beautiful shining cities and your trees. No, we have to work for it. And when that ain't enough, we have to take. Once you do that once, that's it. That's all it takes. And that's all you can do. 'Cause God, sons of... Darn right, there's a reason I left Humblewood. And it's a far more noble one than I'm sure you had. There's no second chances there. Won't bring Derwin back, but couldn't be there without him. I couldn't. I loved him. And the bloody perch guard. Just gutted him. Like a stag beetle. And left his corpse there for days. Well, last time I saw Scrag, too. Didn't know he ended up out here. He didn't help. He wasn't even in the fight where we was caught. Little coward turned tail and ran.
And Cersei steps out from the corner where she has been camping.
Dropping eaves.
Her ear, you see her eyes are reddened. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Many people have lost the best of their lives. And I fear before this is over, there will be many more lost. But we might just have a chance to do something about it.
We might. I'm not sure about you, though. He's in league with him. I don't care how you feel. He's got power on you.
He does. I won't deny it. And I don't know if we can save this land, if it's going to be saved for me or not. Gotta try. So, anyone want to go look for a bloody sword?
Well, we have little left but that purpose. Let us continue. Recall will get up and start moving towards the next chamber.
Yeah,
All
Theron's
right.
gonna get up and follow the group.
Let's start watching that happen.
Nirel's hanging back for a moment, looking at the, busted up and burnt room. And he looks at that sarcophagus and says, I don't care if he were real or not. You could have let me kill him. And he's gonna leave.
As Recall leaves the room, there's a small hesitation. He keeps going, but he thinks to himself and he says, that room reflected a lot of truths that were not kind. And then
Mirrors are just bloody dangerous anyways. Never know what's going to come out of them.
All right. So we once more open up to the next room. And you walk in and you see fairly simple, unadorned room, aside from the 4 alcoves by the walls, each one holding a statue. and they are somewhat familiar figures. A raccoon in thieves' leathers, holding a pair of daggers. An owl in cleric's robes, with a book pressed against her chest. A unfortunately familiar raven in wizard robes. And the smallest of the four, a mouse, carrying a very elegant sword with the hands on the handle, the blade facing down. The door in front of you is closed. But you do see something glimmer in front of it. A bit of green spectral energy, not crackling like the mirrors. Something more softer and more nebulous that resolves into a semi-transparent figure. The figure of Tristan the Warrior.
Ooh.
Oh, cool.
Neat.
Looks around and says, "Well, I guess it's down to me then. Mind telling me why you're here?"
Maros is going to nod to Theron, the expert.
Theron is actually, I guess I guess not in shock is the word for it, but he is very taken aback at the sight. I mean, you got someone that he studied his entire life is now standing right in front of him. And realizing that the eyes of the group are on him, he's going to walk forward and step into the water again. We've come for the sword of Gaspard. And there's... Oh, go ahead.
He is looking up at you. He's dwarfed by every figure in the room except for Keela. I see. What is it you mean to do with it?
Oh. He kind of looks back at the group, and all the assuredness that he normally has is completely gone right now. And he looks back and barely over his breath, there's an enemy who's risen up and raised an army, marches towards the Abbey across Embershire, taking over everything that he comes across. I think it might be the only way to stop him.
I see. Grave news. We all did one of these challenges, you know. Clarion, points to the owl, set up the puzzle with the statues in the cathedral. Cyrdan came up with the weapon chamber. He said it was sure to trip up a thief. Of course, Trill came up with the mirrors. And this is me. I think I'm supposed to test you to see if you really are worthy of the sword of Gaspard. He looks over the group. To be honest, I don't know how to do that. For all I know, none of you is worthy. I don't think I was. I was just a frightened farmer trying to gather food in secret so my family wouldn't starve. But when there's something wrong with the world, you can't wait until you're worthy to do something about it. Whatever it is in front of you, that's yours. It's your chance to make a difference. Can't waste it, because a chance may never come again. As for what's ahead of you, Sorry, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I think Naira will at that point say, yeah, it's well and good, but you don't understand. This one's been training at your Abbey his whole life. If anyone's prepared for this, it's been him. So, he's the one who's got to get it. He's the only one of us who would know how to use it, I'd imagine.
And you see Theron just hang his head.
At this point, Nirel's going to come up to him and go, come on, mate. Yeah, you're an absolute prick. I know. Handsome, but a prick. But I've seen you train. You got this. You done them studies. He's one hell of a fighter. And the Abbey's counting on you. You can do it. This horde's got to be stopped. I don't care if it's bandits, I don't care if it's perch guard, anyone who demands their authority like that. That ain't gonna leave you in freedom. It just leaves people living in fear. I've lived in that enough. You's trained for this. You gotta do it.
And Keela just kind of like thinks like they were about to say something, like looks like they were gonna say something, and then just doesn't.
Rakal will look at Keela with a questioning look.
You can't make someone do this. You can't. Yeah, of course. We're here because it needs to be done. We're here because someone's got to use the sword. Someone's got to save everyone. That's not an option. But if you ain't got the heart for it, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I don't know. I don't know.
You ain't got the heart, I will. I might have been a bandit. Yeah, I admit it. Yeah, that's what I were. How do you think I know bandits so well? How do you think I know Scrag? How do you think the love of my life wound up, dead, gutted, at the hands of the perch guard? And why do you think I'm here? Because I have to change things. I couldn't do it there. I will do it here. And if you won't, I will. But I'm not going to take this from you. This is what you were trained for. So I'm giving you first crack.
I've always had first crack. And he takes out the sword that he's had sheathed. And it's a really nice sword. The quality of it is just almost breathtaking. I took this to the Abbey with me. It has my family crest made by one of the finest blacksmiths here in Maple Crest. And when I got there, with the money that I took with me, was able to secure the choicest of everything. With my father being who he is, I received the best training, the most attention. I've had every gift you could imagine. And all of that together was nothing when I woke up and had to fish this sword out of the water here because I failed.
Failure only inhibits if we learn nothing from it.
Right.
I chose poorly, but from that, I can learn. Maybe someday, these items that I have, they will do something great and noble in this world, and the price I paid will be worth it. Do not let the price you paid go to waste.
I mean, to be fair, the price you paid, Theron and I paid too, so we kind of all paid it together.
Nobody
Theron-
told you to stand next to me.
I brought you into that room so you could read the bloody book.
And
Theron
Tristan,
kind of puts his hand up. So
Always like this.
you're saying we need to make the most of what we've been given. And he turns and he kind of faces Tristan for a minute. And then he turns and looks at Nyrel. One day, I'm going to make the most of the gifts I've been given. But if you have never been given any kind of advantage, then I want to see what you can do when you have one. And he takes a step back and just gestures forward.
Nyril looks a bit confused. Mate, I just told you I were a bandit.
And I was the one who told you that people's pasts don't determine everything in their future. You were a bandit. Does that mean we should kill you right here? No. You're not a bandit anymore.
The
Not
image
Captain
before you.
either.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the image before you is that of a farmer who became something else.
Became a captain because the fellow who chased me down were one. And he's not here anymore. And I used him to make my life here. It went right, but it was the only way out I had. But not anymore. And he's gonna basically just shrug off that military coat and just be standing there. He's still got his breastplate and undershirt on, but no more coat, no more captain. I was rather fond of the title, though. Yeah.
I was rather fond of calling you Mon Capitan.
I mean, that's not really how you say captain, but, close enough.
Yeah, the Storks in Alderheart, there's a community. They have a dialect. It's very unusual. I like it. But anyway, side
Well,
point.
if you do this right here in the Ambershire, I hate to say it, but I do know of at least one captain's post that's open.
Well, I'd appreciate it if you, didn't tell them about my history.
Telling you, History don't matter. As much as you learn from it. You think you're the only one who has any kind of things like that. My best friend was a bandit. Now they're in the South Guard.
Well, he was?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have pegged him for that. Huh. Huh. Surprise, surprise.
Can't say my sister was a bandit, though she acts like one.
No, yeah, your sister's just a bit excitable. we'd have had her as a runner, though. That's what I were for a long time. Erwin with the muscle, I with the runner. You know, we was leverets and grew up and, you know, kind of built for each other. But, in any case, we have got a stag to slay.
Yeah, we do.
I suppose. He's going to look down at his cutlass. Suppose that means it's time for an upgrade. And he's going to step forth and look at Tristan. To be fair, I weren't expecting to be standing here. Expecting to be him. And I was going to be with him to take down this stag and try to make it so folks here don't have to live in fear like those I grew up with. If this is what it takes, I'll do it.
Tristan looks at you, nods. Can't say my own ambitions were any better. It's not going to be any one of you, you realize that. It's going to be all of you. I didn't ask for this glory.
Don't want to face him alone.
You won't.
Of course not.
Well then, shall we? And
what about her?
You
Jerk
really
his thumb
gonna-
over his shoulder.
You really gonna judge her for her past too?
No, I mean, do we bring her in? Does she
Of
stay out?
course. Like Caleb Adjuster's thing waves over. She's one of us now. Or at least, you know what? Darren says I was in charge. She's one of us now. I say so.
Welcome
Suppose you
to the
outranked
Perch
me
Guard
now.
of Regulars.
and Tristan looks at all of you, says, well, this is the sort of epiphany that deserves a reward. Afraid it's not going to be quite that easy yet. Better come with me.
To be quite frank, after what we've been through, kind of expecting more, so...
He's going to lead you in past this chamber.
Oops.
And into
Ooh,
hang on.
we'll vanish into the darkness.
Into the Shadow Realm.
No, no.
There we go.
We activated his trap card.
The ride's got to
Into
reset
an
the next
unfortunate-
group.
All right. So into the tomb of Tristan the Warrior, where unfortunately you see a grisly sight.
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh. Kill it quickly. Let's over that way. told you we might find him later.
And that, at this point now, Nyril sees the body and goes, and I see, I said it might be one of the traps, but, you know.
That is Father Erasmus, right?
Yes, so you see the you see lying on the steps of the pedestal is an elderly hedgehog who is unfortunately very dead and pierced deeply with two very deep wounds, one in the chest, one underneath the arm. The wounds are caked and old. Still something oily seeps in them.
Can I take a look and try and discern whether it's similar to any of the elemental decomposition we've seen from other creations that we presume to be Lorix?
Yeah, absolutely. How are you investigating?
I don't imagine I want to touch it myself. I figure if I have like a rock or a stick or some random piece of something, I'll like try to scoop up a bit and take a close look.
Roll a medicine check.
Fair to middling.
These wounds were left by fangs.
Okay, so looking at the wounds, would Keela be familiar with what kind of fangs?
Yeah, roll a nature check.
All right, come on, nature. All right.
So you've definitely seen these kinds of wounds before on a much, much smaller scale. There are venomous snakes throughout the Embershire.
Oh boy.
None this big has been seen in a very long time.
Given the legend that we are currently pursuing, Kayla's going to put feathers to her beak and go, no, it can't be.
Can't be what?
There's not even been reports of it. We would know. Someone would have seen. There can't be a giant snake like this anywhere.
No snake's big enough to do this.
Either has been in the past. The one that Tristan felled.
And Saoirse is going to cautiously step up. There may be a way to find out what happened here. I have a spell that can get a few answers out of him. It's not one I like to cast, but he'd have a few questions anyway.
Before we do that, Tristan, if you're hanging about here, I'm presuming this were unfortunately you. Do you see anything? So we don't have to, on him.
To be honest, I don't even know if I really am Tristan properly. I think I'm what was left of him on the sword. The sword was in there when this happened. But
Wait,
yeah.
then, would you know where it is now?
I would guess it's with her. And he looks down at the large tunnel that has been bored into the side of this chamber.
Charming.
Oh no.
And Saoirse looks at you all. Shall I?
I hate to disturb the dead, but I don't think we have much of a choice here.
We do have a choice. One that can grant us knowledge.
Probably the best one to go with. We can't go into those tunnels blind.
After today, I certainly have no wish to tread foolishly.
Nairo looks very uncomfortable about this.
All right. Saoirse sits down and very studiously takes out some incense, which he burns. You see the smoke begin to rise, and as it hits the ceiling, it seems to drift out and sparkle like stars. And then, once she is finished, she takes a deep, bracing breath and places her paw on the forehead of Erasmus, who takes in a deep, shuddering breath. Saoirse backs away. You have 5 questions? Make them count.
It looks
Father.
to Raka, yeah, as the wise one of the group.
Oh, well, I think we've proven that Rakaw's wisdom is a little asymmetrical when it comes to himself. Father Erasmus, can you tell us anything about how you passed?
The great lady, Astoreth, has graced me with her kiss.
Who is Astoreth?
The child of the serpent Asriel, ruler of the Ash lands, a creature of great wisdom and beauty.
Is that where she took the sword?
To her home in Adakan.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
To her home in Adarcairn.
Okay.
Does Keela know where that is? Is that even a location that sounds remotely familiar to her?
There's one person who knows that location.
Okay.
I'm guessing that's me.
No, it's
No. Okay. 'Cause I was like,
No?
I don't remember knowing this, but I also know I've forgotten other things.
Does Theron know?
Oh, they were just rumors. And
She know.
No, Theron knows.
Theron knows. Okay.
There were rumors that Asriel's spirit was still in the Addercairn, and that people had been devoured there, but we didn't. But most of us just thought they were just rumors, people telling tall tales. The Addercairn's near the North Watchtower, but I don't know its 100% exact location, but I know it's nearby to the northwest.
And he'll probably take us there.
I would guess.
Tristan looks down at the unfortunate hedgehog and says, Colonel Rustwing was a tyrant, but wasn't all his fault. His mind was overthrown by the hypnotic gaze of Asriel. He was the real evil driving everything. I would guess that his daughter has inherited that talent.
So you think she's behind Lorik? He's asking us to Tristan, not to Erasmus.
Yeah. I couldn't say. Lorik, well, I haven't met him. It's
He's
possible.
from Humblewood, though. Or, no.
He said he was from
Elkheim.
Elkheim.
Elkheim, that's it.
That's in the north. It's in the Ashlands.
I think
See-
technically we have 2 questions left, right?
Yep.
We do, yes.
Yeah, I was about to have Nyril point that out. We've asked 3 questions. I've asked 1. 2 of you all have asked another. We got 2 left.
We should.
Father,
Oh.
what do you know of the sword's capabilities?
The sword is infused with divine magic. It can cut through any magical defenses. Creatures that resist ordinary weapons have no resistance to it. It can even make them vulnerable to other means of destruction.
Guessing that's why we need it.
And why... Oh god, I've already forgotten her name. Azareth?
Astereth.
Astereth.
Astereth. And why Astereth would secure it.
She thought it was pretty.
I mean, that technically weren't a question. You just offered that information. We got 1 more.
I'll get it to you.
Oh,
Wow.
Being extra
generous DM.
And Nyril's going to look at the others and just he wants to make sure we don't waste our last question here. So, we know the snake's got it. We know her name. Theron, you'd know where she is. I'd imagine she has either taken... if she says the sword's pretty, yeah, it's one thing, but either she's in league with Lorik, or she's afraid of him.
So did you know if had he mentioned her before?
Never in my earshot, no. Never heard of such a beast.
In that case, I'm willing to wager she's not his friend.
Well,
Which also means she shouldn't be receiving backup from the bandits what hang out at the old North Watch Tower. Yeah, I know about them. He kind of looks at the others. Also, reckon it means that if she's willing to have the sword around, she's not afraid of it being used against her. So she probably ain't got no magical protection either.
Well,
Kristen, you
Tristan
slayed
says,
Snake.
Azrael did.
Azrael did.
Yes.
Oh, bugger. Okay, the question I'm going to propose to you lot, not him, that we ask is this. And if you think this is a good question, then I'll ask him. So, fella, I'm not asking you, just being really clear here.
Saoirse reaches down and covers the hedgehog's ears.
Okay. So, there's something else I wanted to ask, but this now seems more important. Should we ask a two-pronged question? If this Astereth has magical protection, and if so, how to defeat it? Actually, we should probably just ask, how do we defeat Astereth's magical protection without the sword? Because if he says she don't have any, well, then we know the answer. And if he gives us an answer, we'll know she has some and how to defeat it. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Sounds all right to me.
Okay. He's gonna down nod it. Seriously.
Okay.
Right. Brother Erasmus. For our last question, how do we defeat Astereth's magical protection without being able to use the sword against her?
There's a pause, a creak of dead lungs, and then the final gasp. I don't know.
yeah.
And one
He's
more
silent.
thing. Not a question. It's just
Tristan looks down and says, well, from where I stand, your quest hasn't changed. It's just gotten a little longer. I'm not supposed to do this, but probably could come in handy. And there is a low whistle as an object comes flying down the tunnels. And
Myron's gonna turn
overhead,
and raise his shield.
you see a sword flying through the air,
Oh,
which comes spinning over the group, and then Tristan's ghostly hand reaches up and snags it. And you recognize the flamberge from the earlier chamber.
yep.
May not be my sword, but I think you'll find it packs a wallop. He's going to turn it, offer it hilt first to either Nyril or Theron.
Nyril's going to look at Theron and say, if you were willing to give up wielding the sword against Bard, let's say this one's for you. So this is come in handy. He's going to clang his paw against his shield.
Real quick, is this a sword that Theron can wield?
It is a
Effectively.
long sword.
It is a long sword?
Yes. It's
Okay.
not a great sword.
Oh, I
Gotcha.
thought it was a great sword being a flamberge.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was
Still.
thinking
Smaller
too. I wasn't sure.
flamberge.
It's made for some small animal.
He's going to reach out and take the sword. Okay.
Watch you fighting back there. Got good form. Need to keep your elbows up.
And Theron actually cracks a smile.
Recall, if he gets a moment, we'll look at Tristan and say, Sir Tristan, Lord Tristan?
Oh,
Just
please,
Tristan?
no. I'm just a farmer.
We thank you for what you have offered us. I would ask one more blessing of a sort. When you adventured with your companions, did you ever make mistakes as we have today?
Like you wouldn't believe. A lot of regret. But the good that we did, times we shared, I wouldn't change a bit of it.
We cannot in any case. But thank you. That was weighing on me. And he will step back and let anybody else interact if he wants, or they want, I should say.
Theron's going to walk up to him. All my life, I've studied Tristan the Warrior. It's an honor to meet Tristan the Farmer. And he's going to bow his head.
Nice to meet you too. You're going to figure out your place in all this. Don't let someone else's title find you.
Keela's gonna wait till Tristan's done. Or not Tristan, Theron's done, and then look to Tristan's figure and just kind of, we just wanted to do this. And she just like quickly like wraps her wings around him in a hug.
Oh,
thank you
oh
for
my.
everything you've ever done.
And he finishes the hug. Thank you for what you're going to do. It's not going to be easy. But I know the Embershire is in the right hands. Now, you guys probably better get some rest. I think you've got a long day ahead of you.
Yeah, I need my smell slots back.
All right, I think that's where we're going to call the session.
Just a second.
Yay.
Before we head out of the room, imagining we're gonna leave to probably go down the tunnel.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't camp in the tunnel. Probably actually camping here is probably the safest option.
Basically, Nyril was kind of waiting till the body of Erasmus wasn't, hovered around, and he's gonna lean down and say, I don't know if you can still hear me, but you can. If on the other side you've met a hare named Derwin, tell him Nyril loves him and he's sorry. And that's what he's going to leave him with.
Before we do leave, Darren's going to try to help put the sarcophagus back in place.
And Rakah will
The best that he can.
Oh, yeah.
clean it up.
Yeah,
We can
Nyril
definitely
will
all
help
do that
once he
group
sees
effort.
Darren working on it. He's like, oh, yeah, that's probably a thing we should do.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So you return the tomb of Tristan the warrior to what order you can restore it. Give what solace you can to Father Erasmus, and prepare to face whatever adventure the next day holds.
Yep.
And that's where we're going to wrap it up for the night.
Woo!
Oh, that was fun. That was a lot of fun.
That was a good one.
That really was fun.
We ate a fireball.
Yep.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you
Not
did.
delicious. No.
An upcasted fireball. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was one of those moments where I was like, okay, I know the real grail is not, the real choice. The real grail is go with the plain option, but I couldn't get away from the thought that Rakah would just see this as a non-lethal choice, I guess. That there had to be, that there was no evil that could befall his companions from him making this choice. So,
Of course not.
Yeah.
You show shinies to a raven, I tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You
I
could
was
have
wondering
one
how
shiny.
many of you that would get.
You were given one shiny. One shiny. Not
I mean,
two
you know,
shinies.
realistically,
goodness.
like, the metagaming me would probably have walked away from it, from both of them and been like, you know what? Knowledge is the only tool I need. But I feel like the in-character choice was more interesting.
It was great. I love that.
If
Yeah,
Rakah
that
had
was great.
walked away, Nyril would have absolutely grabbed that ring. For all the times Nyril has been beat to a pulp, yeah,
I know,
you
right?
bet he would have snagged that thing.
Oh, yeah.
And now I have to draw Nyril without his cool jacket, but I can't.
Oh.
Just delete that layer.
That's not how it works.
It isn't?
No, and I can't use like the magical sketch brush and the
Oh, yeah.
color brush.
The painting brush, yes.
Yeah.
The color brush. And the background brush.
Yeah, oh, I wish
That's
I had
my
the
favorite.
background
Oh,
brush.
yeah.
Yeah. I have all of Frendon's other brushes, but I don't have the background brush.
Mm.
But yep, so now the truth is out about Nyril.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
I was connecting the dots. Not that I didn't already have that hint, what from like a couple sessions ago, but the more details you offered, the more notes I was adding to my file, and eventually I was just going to be like, "Were you a bandit?"
When Pops told him he was holding the wrong rank, I was like, "Yep, there we go. That's it. That's
the
all I
lieutenant's
needed to know."
bars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like, something's fishy here.
Yeah.
That session was a journey. That was
Yeah.
that was a lot of
Ooh,
fun.
yeah.
Yep. Man. We've got quite a lot more adventure to go, it seems. So, for those of you at home, here's a little tidbit. Rastivar was originally planning this entire campaign to be about 3 sessions.
Maybe.
Well, this is the end of session 3, and I kept saying, it's probably going to be longer than that. He's like, no, I'm going to keep it short. Well,
Yeah, you're keeping it short. We don't.
It could have been real short if Keela and Saoirse had been in that chamber.
That's true. Yeah.
mhm.
This is very true.
But yes, I told him to not underestimate the way in which we can talk and take things and run with them.
Yes, we can
Oh,
definitely
but I
carry
love
on.
it. I mean, I just get to sit back and become part of the audience, and it's amazing.
Oh, it's so much fun.
Yep.
Hmm.
So I look forward to next session. We all good for next Friday? Everybody
Yep.
can
Should
you
be.
that? Alrighty, I should be set.
Yeah.
My fingers won't be all good yet then, but I can still do this. So
And still. Woo.
alrighty, and who knows? Y'all might eventually see Rastivar and I in the same room, depending on how long this goes, because he's gonna come visit. So I'll have to make a space in the now updated studio. But
Keep all my DM screen stuff hidden.
yeah, I'll I think I've got the art table back here, which can go flat, and I've got extra monitors and stuff, so that way you can
All
be
right.
back there doing all your magic, and I could be watching in the little screen on my camera, going, "Huh, what's that pixel mean?"
What is that one? That spot? What is that?
That one's just blacked over. There's no grid lines on it. What could be there?
Watch as he makes a map that just he actually draws the grid lines on, so there's nothing hidden at all. It's just intentionally that way.
Hmm.
Oh, me. Well, this is a
my
great
goodness.
session, everybody.
Yes, it
Yes.
really was.
Very
Thank y'all
fun.
so
a lot
much.
of fun, a lot of good character, and a lot of great action. So
Oh yeah.
awesome. But I need to let you all go. It is later for most of you than it is for me, and it's still late for me, and I've had one heck of a trying week, so I am going to sleep.
Sleep is
Sounds like a
good.
good idea.
Much needed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Take
I gotta-
care.
I will
Yes.
see you all again on Friday for the next episode of Stonemoss Abbey. And until then, Sunday night it's going to be another game stream. So again, if you're on the Discord and you want to play a game of Snake Oil, now that we're talking about snakes, which is a fun, creative comedy card game, which we can do in Tabletop Simulator. So you do need to have Tabletop Simulator to play. That's the only catch. However, there's a lot of cool games you can play on that, and a lot of them are free, including Snake Oil. Then I need to practice tomorrow, but I do want to play some Gartic Phone. So that's free for everyone. So if you're part of the Discord and you want to be part of Sunday night's Games Night stream, please let me know there. And I will see how many people I can get in, figure out scheduling and all that. And then Monday, it's going to be more high adventure when I am playing Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, which I haven't played since I was 12, I think. Yeah, that's going to be a trip in the Wayback Machine. I had the old paper dial wheel for the copy protection thing for that. So yeah, that's going way back in the day. But in any case, hope you all have a good night, and I will see you next time. For everybody in the audience, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for the new follows and the subscriptions. I truly, truly appreciate it. I do want to get back to art soon, but until then, let's just have some fun. Let's play games. Let's hang out. So, alrighty. Well, have a good night,
everyone.
everybody, and I'll see you next time.
See ya.
Well,